Oh, this is like, I don't know if I can finish it. Right, so we're.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you wanted to.
Yeah. Okay.
Works fine,
sure, whatever
works for you.
We never really stick to it anyway.
It seemed like, we will this time.
Okay,
There you go.
you're gonna start on the mat end.
There you go.
Okay, we're in trouble. Yeah, so it's on.
How you been doing?
Good, you?
All right, I gotta tell you,
What did you do now? I'm sure that's what your wife asked.
I'm through all 22 of the CJ boxes. And the 23rd one just came out a couple weeks ago. And I hadn't, I was in the middle of something else, so I didn't get it. But now my wife is turned on. She's blasting through them like I just, she's up to like the 12th or 13th book now.
Joanne, do you still want that, John Grisham book?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll bring it tomorrow. Not tomorrow, because we'll be here, I'll bring it whenever. we
Whenever.
need it. Yeah, I'll have to remember that.
Okay, great.
I haven't figured out. Where's page up on page.
I have several copies of this. Do I need to distribute it to everyone?
Of what? I don't think so. Now, what, and again, it's however you want to do it. What Kathy used to do is she had a whole stack of those. Hearing reviews.
Yeah.
And during the hearing, she would check off which one had you gone through. So, because you can lose track of really, are you on the protector or the district and which one of these?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And then so that's been the next one, you just turn it over, it's next.
I would.
PUD or something.
Yeah, I mean, however you want to do it, she just used a copy of this to keep track of.
I did it. I mean, it helped a lot.
And then you check off.
I did put a check where we're at.
First, did you went first, you
Yeah.
checked it off, in 5 minutes and you go be on time.
Put one on top of whoever went first.
Okay, that
I
works,
just kept track, so I didn't lose
right.
where I was, you know,
Right.
because I can't remember what I did just.
But you made it here.
Yeah, I
That's
did, I
okay.
did.
Yes.
Okay, and I wrote pouring on thing right there for
Oh,
both of us.
cool. I was wondering if we were gonna get a copy.
I didn't know, so
No.
I didn't see one. So I thought, okay, where is it?
And I'm not sure yet. To cover this in the meeting. We have been talking about changing the swearing procedure. And, there's nothing legally,
Finding.
well, that we have to do each individual one. So the idea is that once a day, once a week, probably once a week, we'll have a list, basically a compressed case listing for the possible sections coming up. And we would swear in one time for all of them.
That'll save time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Exactly. And whether or not a hearing actually occurs doesn't make a difference.
Even if we just did it.
But if
once
it's
a
not-
day, it would be,
Yeah. Yeah.
Once a week would be great, but
So, and I think one of the reasons we had it all fleshed out and I had procedures updated and stuff like that, but, the district wasn't ready yet. I think they wanted to talk to their attorney first. I spent time with you. Make sure.
And she said, yeah, that worked, okay.
Sure, and she worked to include all of the changes to the procedures and scripts and stuff like that. The district has a similar challenge of getting all of them to swear in at one time, so to speak. And so the only the change in the scripts just involved me confirming that I have a signed affidavit from, and I have to name everybody for the record, and the same thing for the district. The protester, when they check in for their hearing,
To do it out there.
they'll do it out there with the district staff. And then they'll give me a copy of their affidavit as part of, like a ticket to enter. So all in all, that probably will work out. So unfortunately, we couldn't try it today because it's a good opportunity to flesh out any challenges and issues. And I just don't have, there's one question I have, I'll have to talk to Judy about, which is if there's anything that we need to do in situations where one or one recuse yourself. You can sit there. Yep. It's kind of confusing since, so, well, we haven't even formally started, but that's fine. I'll introduce Sister Sandy Swanson.
Hi,
She's a
Sandy.
new member of the board. And we have Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Board.
Nice to meet all of you. This is a little overwhelming for me.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
God, I have been doing this until my eyes are just crossed. I don't think I can remember all of those text things.
They'll come to you.
Okay.
We'll remind you. Because they're gonna remind us.
Yeah, right.
All right.
You mean your phone now?
Yeah, I was worried about.
We would all be out of here. if we had to know.
I have to admit, when I read all that stuff this time,
I know.
it was like, oh, is that what they were talking
Right.
about?
They're not made soon.
Well, the verbiage, they won't remember.
Oh.
It's that, it's the.
I find it
Lawyer involved.
looking at both the new member and the returning member manual.
Yeah.
There are significant differences in the coverage of content that I find a little annoying. Like one of the things I went back and looked had to do with the income approach, which got very little coverage in the new member.
Mhm.
In the returning has more information, but still, now we're gonna need somebody, I've got, yeah, whether it's a walkthrough or whatever. I haven't figured out how to page up and page down or scroll. I can use, yeah,
I think I read on.
This is the.
it's,
More than usual.
yeah, okay, so,
Don't you think it would be?
well, no, if you have the blue screen,
I don't know what.
Oh, yeah.
They just.
yeah, you're in. Hang on,
Just stop and don't look.
yeah,
I
Okay.
mean, this is a case listing of possible cases for today.
Don't be an overachiever.
We'll go through each case. And your ID number here. the account number, and the description of who you're, wherever.
We're so used to our little wells sitting out there, and it doesn't, yeah, it's good.
Law, it's,
Screen.
law.
It's a touch screen. It is a touch screen. And so this. Go up and down. And then, of course, we can make it bigger, smaller.
Well, what do you do?
okay, in the lower,
middle.
Yeah.
Lower middle.
Yep. That little-
From,
yeah, there's a little, you've already.
What's the triangle?
Yeah, it's a triangle, that's the drive, Google Drive.
No, I'm sorry, that one. The one on the right.
Okay, and then that comes
Yeah,
up to.
no,
Oh, and
that
that's
brings
what
up
we do.
from the browser, it's the drive icon, which is the triangle.
Now I've got two.
Oh, okay, right. Other one is the board of directors, so you want to go into. the first meeting.
Get down into the.
Just go ahead and have it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And then.
Maybe you can hold the key. So you
These all documents.
Get it out.
hold it, you can do it like this,
Cool.
keep it down. Go like that. There's all kinds of ways you can hold it.
Now, how do you go, let's see, decision? Got it.
That way it gives me room.
That's so we have.
Going to docket.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it gives us room.
Yeah.
Ron. So what are you doing across from us?
Let,
Okay,
dirt, or did
1 to 3.
building that bulkhead
And then-
all the way to the bulkhead, because it's washed.
Right, so we're
It's
just
washed out
with the
2-3
docket.
feet, yeah.
we look at the side.
Did Jim?
So the arrow goes back.
Exactly.
She said she had first.
I do the other one. I do. You're dead. You're dead.
Yeah, they didn't give us a choice. They said, no,
It'd never be a house built.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. I
Thank
tell
you.
you what, I'm like.
I'll call you later when I get lost.
right here.
Thank you.
I'll see if Mike.
Yeah, so the
So,
application that used to be used on the tablets, that we were using, the Amazon repository, the documents repository is being discontinued. They thought they had until the end of the year, but it turns out beginning of January was you couldn't upload anything, so.
Yeah,
so that
luckily-
we're notified.
luckily Scott came in and said, hey, you're not gonna be able to upload anything. Well, no, be in the year.
All right.
I like this one there.
You do? Good.
This way.
Well, you got some flexibility. And if you so choose or chose. I just brought a mouse in and I was playing with that to see whether that would work and it does. So, but touch is fine too.
morning, everybody. Morning.
Okay,
Danny, good morning. Good to see you.
Oh,
Welcome, welcome. I'm doing well.
I'm gonna go ahead and open the meeting. I'm convening a meeting. Let's see, it's Wednesday, March 29th at 8:34, and I'm convening the meeting of the
They wasn't muted. Okay,
Look at the sticker. What did it say?
it's red, blinking equals muted. Okay, we're good.
Okay. So, I took the liberty of introducing Sandy to the rest of the board, and the rest of the board to Sandy. Met Mike and Val,
Yes.
and there are other district staff members that are around that you'll become familiar with, that will be wandering in and out as necessary. So the first order of business we're gonna deal with is just acting on previous meeting minutes, and Sandy, you don't need to participate in this since you weren't involved in
That's correct.
the last, yes, ma'am.
The determination of a quorum, do we want to?
Oh, I'm gonna ask that.
We did, yes, we did.
Okay,
Yeah, so you just opened the meeting and you already determined the quorum after you opened the meeting?
just a second ago.
Oh, awesome. Missed it. You and I both missed it, Val.
No, she did it. Your brain was elsewhere, I think. It's okay. Mine was too. Okay, Val distributed copies of the previous meeting minutes that we had on December, or the meeting on December 7th. Hopefully you all had an opportunity to go through that as anybody needing time to go through it. Okay, and are there any additions or corrections that need to be made to those minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I entertain a motion to accept those minutes. Okay.
And I'll move that we, accept the minutes as written.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so those previous meeting minutes are accepted. I don't see any people from the general public to comment or make any presentation.
Yeah, let me see if anybody's online.
Ooh, that coffee.
Yeah, it's good.
Lose me under style.
Yeah.
No, it just shows us, so.
Okay, so there are no citizens to be heard. The next agenda item is the administration of oath of office, which has to be done by Sandy and myself as either new or returning members of the board.
Okay.
Val has the,
Scott, if you will, go ahead and read that aloud.
okay, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of member of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
And then Sandy, if you will do the same thing. This is the body of it.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Sandy Swanson, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of member of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
And then you can sign right there. And then Scott, this will be for the statement of office.
Okay, I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. And this is for the position of chairperson, Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. I will date and sign.
We'll pass that to Peggy.
I, Peggy Ward, do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. And I am taking this oath as, that's it, right? Secretary?
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary of Aransas County Appraisal Review.
Go ahead and sign.
Go. Now on the notary stuff, is it easier for them to come in here or for us to go out there?
So what will happen is the people who are notaries in our office will come in with their books. They'll already be pretty much filled out. You'll just look to where your name is and sign. And that is to cover any affidavits that you sign throughout the hearing season. Notary books.
Val's got it working.
Yeah, it's good.
Except for the door.
You can go back.
Okey doke.
And while that's happening, first person that handed you that, of course, is Karen. I may remember from last year. And this is Leah, she's new with this.
You. Well, I think you just need to.
Joanne, you write on your name.
Okay, so if I can't find mine, go ahead and find it. This is gonna take some.
No,
But they look like another girl, right?
Should I sign this right now, Val?
You certainly can. And go ahead and get yours. Oh, that one's not in there.
All you have to do is sign where it's highlighted. And make sure it's your little section.
look,
And my book's a little bit different than the other ones. I had to get an extra book.
here's my signature.
You have to- you're gonna do it. That's right.
This mean here?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez.
I'm pretty sure I put your name on there. Is this supposed to all be in blue ink?
I don't think
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay. Oh, yeah, let's go back.
No, I don't think so.
Just a you?
The notary?
Yeah.
No, we got one more.
Jackie, thank you.
No, yeah, Leah and Karen about me.
Between the four, we ought to have one of them here on the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Just build redundancy and coverage for us,
Yes.
to be able to hold those things.
Oh, here's mine. It's running around looking for it. It's perfect time.
Beth, you want to fill that one part for me out?
Oh.
right here?
Yeah.
I don't know if she even got those yet. No, Val, you didn't get us yet, the appraisers.
No, we're just gonna go around during the
Okay.
day and get that done.
Sure.
Did we do this last year?
We did.
I think it was in the trailer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's. I erased that whole part.
What's the trailer?
Well, don't ask me about it.
3 years ago, I remember.
We got three.
That one controls that one, and this one controls this one, so we can get flow kind of. As long as we got the air moving, I think we're.
Yeah,
Okay.
it gets warm with these.
Yeah.
Stuffing is more different.
Yeah, stuff.
You want me to just leave that door open?
That's fine with me. There's not a lot going on there. Okay,
Number
well,
6.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna do 6 quite yet. Cause that's gonna be the,
The hearing.
yeah, hearings, which we have some chief appraisal motions and some other some owner motions as well. So and as number 7 now, is that's not the subject of letters, is it?
So, let's see.
Discussion possible action to grant future hearing for protests.
Right, that's something we can do now.
Okay, good.
And that's under, decision, is that right?
Yeah,
Decisions to
there's a-
grant.
A BI, 7 folder decisions. There's at least 2, there's
Yeah.
2 PDF files.
Should be 2.
So we're on 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you not attach our letter for that? For this pop up?
Right, so I can go upload that now. When I talked to you, you didn't say to what all you wanted in there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's
I'll pull that in.
Yes.
And any, for the Carlton as
updated.
well,
For the West,
I guess there's Carlton, did we have any back and forth with them?
I'll look and see.
Thank you, I'm sorry about.
Okay, we're not in a hurry.
Okay, we're already here.
So you can go.
Minutes.
Okay. I don't know how I think it's at 7.
Oh, okay.
It's decision.
You learn.
Yeah.
Which one?
You with us?
Cool, she's there.
I just. wonder which one.
We'll probably deal with the first one,
182.
yeah. Yeah, 182 first, and Val is checking, there's some support, a supporting letter from the district.
Looking at ARPA, tomorrow. First, let me look into the account and see if I can give you a little bit of background there.
And did you get the folder in your tablet?
Let's take a look.
There should be a copy of the folder.
What do you find that?
It would be in the same place. Under 7,
Back. No, this is.
nothing in it.
Doesn't need it.
Pulled it in.
Okay. We believe you. It'll get there.
It's like-
13182.
Has put California income.
Exactly. Just looking for the right satellite.
This is Today it's not.
Scott, is there a refresh button we can do?
I was looking,
Yeah, I went all the way out to and all the way back in and didn't.
yeah, I did. the same thing.
Yeah.
So a little bit of background on this one, while that's refreshing. The subject property owner turned in a temporary exemption property damaged by disaster form 50112. That's form 50312, I'm sorry. 50312. That was received June 9th of 2021. So the year in question for the protest is 2021, just for reference. Now, Ms. Kapara turned this exemption form in. And this has to do with disaster related, but it's not our typical what you would think, hurricane or anything like that. It had to do with the freeze associated with, it would have been January, I think, of 21 or early 21.
Yeah, right.
And so there's on the form itself, you have to turn in this form within so many days of the event. And she was outside of that timeline. And so at that time, she was denied the exemption because this is an exemption form at this point. And so she's protesting at this point that decision. Is that a good summary, Val, what we remember?
And Beth said, to get the stuff that I just uploaded, you do have to go all the way out and then come back into the drive.
Two,
You're looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4.
where you're looking at the blue desktop.
How do you get there?
Just keep-
Swipe up?
I kept going back and then close it.
I think if you swipe up, it'll take you out. So if you go to the bottom of
And
it.
everyone use the X icon in the upper right corner, that'll close drive. And take you back to the blue. You see in the upper.
Where's it?
There you go. Yeah. Yep. No, that's interesting.
Do decision again.
Well, okay, and just.
Look at that and see if she added it there. No, it's just the one.
I lost my MC.
That's okay. I can put it on the screen.
Okay.
You're right, if you just drag from the top, you get
From
to where the files are, it'll refresh.
This one right here.
Yes, ma'am.
I found it, but I can't tell you how to get there. I was plumb out. You can't go in.
Okay, if you can't find it, I've got it on the screen right now.
It will do it from the bottom, but it takes you out to the blue.
So there's no change.
Just want to refresh it. Never mind.
Familiarity with the device is also important before we get right in the middle of the season, so.
Oh, okay.
Things you get out of this, back to the original sheet.
Yeah, and that's the same problem Peggy had, because I have up in mine, I can minimize, maximize, and exit with icons, similar to what you have in Windows up here.
Oh, I did. Well, I did. Okay.
Don't touch it now.
Just let go. Oh, and
I went all the way out and then came back into PDF.
I couldn't get out. It is. And here's your
So you have to open and close these one at a time.
Not all of them.
decisions.
Okay,
Oh,
and
there it
there's the
is.
folder.
I got you. So I think if you.
Yeah, there's evidently several. How many files
So
have you
within
loaded?
PDF,
I see one, two.
So it'll be a Kapara folder for this one, and then the next one
This
has
is
a
the
folder.
Kapara.
Yeah, but in the Kapara folder,
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quite a few
yeah.
things, yeah.
Right.
And you have to open and close each one of those separately.
Yeah.
In this case, you don't have to close it, you're seeing, okay? What was added is under here, under
Right, I got
decisions,
there.
and it used to only have just 2 PDFs.
Think so.
And now Val added these 2 folders, which is Carlton and Kapara, which are documents associated with each one of these people. So now each one you can open individually. They represent separate letters of communications that the district had to with them.
Which, and
With
which one,
Kapara.
I know, which one are we opening now?
Kapara.
The FARA and the temporary exemption?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you some background information about how you came to be in possession. Because your decision today is to grant a hearing or not grant a hearing.
Mhm.
And so, as a little bit of a background, this is the year of 2020, the year under that is the year of 2020.
Right.
And so, so when you go in,
Might I ask a quick question?
sure.
The event was in 2021.
Uh-huh.
This letter was in June 9th of 2021. How can she protest something from 21 where it's not until the beginning of 22 that the appraisals, you know, the appraisal notices have already come out, right?
Yes.
So that's why, because as I recall, we had some people that wanted to claim damaged stuff, right, in their values. And we said, well, you can't do that until the next year.
So, so there's 2 things. One, I think you're alluding to, once you're past the delinquency date of the next year, you no longer have the right, but you're already past the 25 or everything else, 25. And that's the point here, is that she turned an exemption form into us late. So there was an event. We all had, we all remember the cold snap that we had in that year. There were a few people that had damaged pipes. And this person was one of those individuals. The problem is that she handed the form in well after the deadline that was required. So I believe some of our conversations we had with this person
It showed up.
was that she could have filed at that point a 25B prior to
It showed up on.
prior to February of 22, which she did not do.
I'm still confused.
Okay,
Let me use Harvey as an example.
okay,
Harvey happened in August of 2017. And a lot of people were protesting stuff in 2018, the protest season in 2018, but it was against their appraisals. They were trying to do it against appraisals from the prior year that hadn't been appraised yet. It wasn't until I'm sorry, I mistake. People were complaining about having to pay taxes when they were paying taxes at the end of 2017 and said, hey, I don't have a house anymore. And you say, okay, fine. But what you're paying taxes on is the appraisal from the beginning of 2017.
okay, so between RD and the implementation of this exemption form, a new law was created,
Okay,
which allowed people essentially to retroactively affect their appraised value in January of that year. And they gave it a portion. So you may or may not know, but the law was created and basically they're giving you levels of damage. Kind of like our Harvey codes that we had. In fact, I was part of actually went up to meet with certain senators, certain representatives, and that Representative Shine was integral in writing this particular law that had this information. And so they followed a very similar format. Hey, from this amount to this amount, you get this amount off. From this amount to this amount, you get this amount off. What you have in front of you is, what you have up here is you have this exemption right here that was created. And it basically gives you levels of damage. The only problem with it is right here, as far as the timing is. This file and all supporting documents located no later than the 105th day after the governor declared the area to be disaster. So we looked at that governor's declaration for that freeze event. And this form was submitted to us after 105 days. So if she was not eligible, we asked our attorney, you know, like, can we process? No, she has to do it through another mechanism. Well, if you look at this date, she's well past the delinquency, or she's past the date in which she can actually just file a regular protest, which she did not do, to my knowledge, she did not do. And so I believe we had conversations with her at that point to say, hey, listen, you can file a 2525 and, you know, you can take your, you know, you can appeal to the board. Well, that did not happen before February of 22. And now what you have in your possession is another protest form to say, I was denied that exemption. So she was denied this exemption because, you know, it's the district, it was late.
It was late.
And the 2525,
Expires February 22.
and she was just delinquent in submitting that as well?
She never turned in.
Okay, fine, okay.
Val, can you check that just to make sure she never submitted 2525? Because that's the way I remember it.
Right, so the only protest we have is the one in hand.
Yeah.
There's the and we haven't had any other protests filed.
Okay.
So that's the one we're looking at.
And
Where it says she was denied exemption. And it's dated January 25th, 2023.
Yes,
Okay.
that's all we have in our possession.
other than the original exemption form that she was denied. And we did it in here, there's a lot of supporting documents. We're asking these questions because it's kind of a first pass for us, like what happens when we get this exemption form in late, and then we get a lot of information from our attorney. You're welcome to look through all of that. But basically, we were advised to deny the exemption and to encourage the 2525, which she never did. She didn't do that time either, because she never filed the 2525 to our, I mean, we don't have that in the possession.
Okay.
So now you have 2 years after the date of protesting began, that you need to decide whether you want to grant or not. And it's the district's position that you would not grant it because it's not timely.
Could we? Can you take a quick look at your letter, your response?
Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, well, there's 7 of them, so maybe you
Absolutely.
can point us to which one.
It's the
Exemption received, exemption
it's
12-2.
Correspondence.
it's the let's see, 12/3/21. Look at that letter. That's our response.
Are you wanting our response to the most recently?
No.
No, okay,
The one when you,
all right.
and
So that letter is dated December 3rd of 2021.
Okay, I got you. Right.
So people can, again, in that letter, you see that it says you may submit a letter to the chief appraiser asking for an extension of deadline on showing good cause. Showing good cause would be the kinds of things of good cause, like not only did my house suffer a freeze event, but at the same time I was having heart surgery. And then, you know, those kinds of things that this board would typically see as good cause. That there was no good cause letter, to my knowledge, that was submitted. And you can see that we sent in the rights and remedies at that time again.
is there any place where you referred to 2525?
No, I'm just, no, not in writing here.
Okay.
But to the best of my recollection, I do remember saying, hey, your avenue at this point, you can fill, I did send her the protest form to fill out. And she could have submitted that, had she had that prior to the delinquency date. You would have had it in your possession to at least make a decision upon it.
Yeah.
And then you would have probably talked about the same things. You've received letters like that in the past, where somebody turns the protest in late. And you say, well, they have the 25-25, but they didn't do that here, in other cases, they may or may not have done that. But these are the back and forth, letters that you see. What we have in our possession.
Okay, so the. So the scenario is she submitted the request for the exemption. That was denied. And there was a response to her, which said you missed the deadline. And you gave the remedies pamphlet.
Right.
And there had been no other communication from her before the submission of the notice of protest, property owners notice of protest that she submitted on January 25th of 23.
Not to my knowledge, that we haven't had any other, let's see, 12/8. There's a 12/8 of 21, but I think that's just the receipt that she received this, she received our certified mail letter. And then honestly, I don't remember if there's been between that time and this time, I can't remember if there's been any phone conversation, but that wasn't documented. But there's been no protest form received, I can say that. Until just now.
Okay, and I'm looking at the protest form she submitted at the beginning of this year. And this was received on January 25th of 23. She says for tax year 2022 at the top of that, but I believe it's for 2021.
The event happened in 21, so the associated, because what she meant in the most recent protest that we have in our possession, you'll notice that it says she put 2022 as the tax year, and she says exemption was denied, modified, or canceled, temporary disaster. Those are the two boxes she checked.
Right.
So she's referring to, by inference, she's referring to the previous exemption form that she turned in, form 312, 50-312, and she's saying, hey, I submitted this and it was denied. I want you to do something about it. But that was a year later. Had this form been turned in January of 22, because we sent her a certified letter in December of 21, and she turned it, and I actually gave her the protest form, right?
Right.
And she would have turned this in.
Right.
Then you might have said, hey, it's before the delinquency date. Tell us about this. Maybe we're not able to do that. There's no extension, like in the letter, I said, hey, you can write me a letter for good cause and I can extend that deadline, but there was no letter. And so no correspondence for an entire year, and then you get this other letter. And so it's, at this point, it's the district's position that she's not timely. It's just like a whole bunch of other things they're not.
I can't read her writing on it. Provide facts, this is on her protest form. Provide facts that may help resolve this problem. I have no.
TV.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's a little.
Well, I mean, it would have been through the mail anyway. I don't see anything we do.
No, I don't need it. June. For the rent for original.
Well, let's see if there's anything we need to put in a response for. I mean, it could be as simple as, you know. Hey, you didn't. There was no response to the 12. 3/21 letter. It was 3. 3/21 letter. Response for protest. The 12, and no other timely.
Val, is that,
Okay, yeah.
Have you got that?
No response to the 12/3/2021 letter, and the protest was not filed timely.
Right.
Okay.
And this recent protest, no.
Want me to
You
make
guys
that
think
motion? You made the motion.
Okay. Take a stab at it.
Okay, after just the ARB discussed the request. We're of the opinion that there was no response to the 12/3/21 letter that was sent by the appraising district. And the protest was not presented in a timely manner, so the ARB is going to deny the request.
Go ahead and get the property ID.
And the property ID number is 13182.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that carries.
the second one is under the name of Carlton, PID 18967. If you open up the folder that says Carlton, you'll be able to see both the protest form and our response. And it is the first condition that this is just a late protest and should be denied or dismissed.
This is me opening stuff up.
This is just a protest letter. I don't see the one.
It's just the form, is the,
Yeah, that's that letter. If you go back one. There's two.
This one.
yeah, and you can see the postmark date was February 9th, the received date was February 13th.
You know, there's no information in the protest. Nothing that would indicate cause on why it's late.
No,
Yeah, I'm sure. Think
I
this
think
is
this should be known.
just simply because it's not timely.
I'm gonna make a motion in reference to property ID number 18967 concerning the protest. The ARB is of the opinion that everything was not done in a timely manner. So yes, not his motion. And seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Val, you got the info on that?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I think something she had writing on it, that it gave you, you know.
Oh, okay.
But that may help you.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the thing that I put together for a single member panel,
Yeah.
but it still can be helpful.
Well,
And if you
motion,
want
make
to-
sure you get all the information
Okay, did I get all the information
I
in
think
earlier?
you're fine, yes. And these are a little unique in that there's not a case number sign or any of that kind of stuff to it.
in. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've addressed agenda item 7. Do the letter.
Yes,
Great.
we do have one letter. So that'll be under agenda item 8. Reading of letters.
The, just to be sure, the Carlton letter included 18967 and
Oh, good question.
8823448.
We didn't do anything.
Well-
That's the point, is that it's on the agenda, but I wonder.
Oh, 8823448 is the one that we had the big discussion about on Monday. It will be a hearing at the next.
Okay,
We're not covering that.
so that's not.
It's on the agenda, but we've not covered it.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
8823448 will be addressed in the subsequent
Another
hearing.
day.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, you're ready for the letter?
You guys find it?
Okay, March 17th, 2023. Kansas County Appraisal Review Board, reference 116 Perch Lane, business personal property. Dear sirs, in January of 2021, we purchased a property located at 116 Perch Lane, Rockport, Texas. We filed a property rendition for the property at that time showing personal property value at approximately $2,700 and paid the taxes. We did not receive any notices, statements, or information relating to this address again until March 2023. Evidently, unbeknownst to us, the rendition form and all other documents were still going to the previous owner, Coastal Views Vacation Rentals. In March of 2023, we received a phone call from the previous owner stating that she had received a letter showing we were delinquent in personal property taxes. She sent me a copy of this letter, which still showed Coastal Views as the owner of the record. The next day, she received a rendition form for 2023 for the property as well. In speaking with her, I was told that she had received this information back in 2022 as well. She spoke with Jackie in the tax appraisal office in 2022, who had her sign a form and return it. The previous owner was also told that Jackie would be resending the information out to us, Coastal Class Vacation Rentals, immediately. We never received any documentation for 2022. Upon hearing this information from the previous owner, I called Jackie on Monday, 3/13/23, and spoke with her myself. She still showed the owner of 116 Perch Lane to be Coastal Views Vacation Rentals. I had her change the information to show us as the correct owners. Jackie informed me that we were $652 delinquent in taxes due to the personal property value having been raised to $42,800 in 2022. We were not notified of this and had no knowledge of any unpaid taxes until this phone conversation. We would like the opportunity to appeal this personal property value as it is not a correct value of what we do have in the house as personal properties. We would also like for the interest charged to us for delinquent charges be credited. We have filed a 2023 personal property rendition form this morning. The value currently for the personal property is approximately $9,117. I've also attached copies of the above mentioned documentation for your review. We hope to hear from you soon so that we can get this issue resolved promptly and move forward. It looks like it's Chief Butler and Art Butler. And then there's a property rendition depreciation tablet, coastal class vacation rentals. Do you need me to read all of this as
No,
well?
please don't.
Okay. And then confidential, also attached to the confidential business purpose. Personal property rendition of taxable property rental. Property supplemental form that's attached.
This is let me interject something really quickly right here. It's important that, this was information provided by the owner, is that correct?
Yes, one of the owners that was involved. There were two
But
couples.
they had the letter plus the two adjoining documents.
Whatever they turned in,
They
yes,
have a don't look rendition.
right.
The owners turned that in.
This is from the Butlers and
Yes.
they are an owner.
Okay, so it's important for you to hear a future case that you don't look at the information on the rendition, like what they submitted, because then you can't take your oath about hearing a future case. What's important for you to understand is they're making a claim that they didn't receive the proper notice. They didn't receive the rendition form to turn in the rendition timely in 2022. And what Ray knows a little bit more about this information, but what I can tell you is that there was two houses. One is at 116 Birch Lane, I believe the other one's at 120 Birch Lane. If I remember right. But there are two houses on the same street. They were purchased at the same time and they were owned by coastal class homes on the same day. So two houses. I want to purchase this one and this one. Who's the owner? Coastal class, whatever it is.
Coastal Views.
Coastal Views, Coastal
Yeah.
Views, Coastal Views. They're both owned by Coastal Views. In
21.
2021, the Coastal Views went from Coastal Views to Coastal Class.
Just one.
Just
the
one of the
houses.
two. So it caused confusion with us. We got the renditions incorrect. We believe that these people have a right to a protest for the year of 2022 for the rendition. For the personal property, and only the personal property, is that correct? Right?
Yeah, I think yes, everything you said is correct. It's a little bit strange because there's the two houses. There's actually a third house. You've got two houses. They're owned by somebody and there's somebody over here that doesn't own. This guy buys that house. And then when he changes his rental name, he keeps the word coastal. So now we have three addresses, the same street, with the same word in the name. And if you want to know how you can make a mistake, that's the recipe. For us, we just saw Perch Lane, Coastal, and down the road we go. I think what Mike is saying is
Yeah, it's
absolutely correct.
It's a district's position that you should grant a late hearing for the personal property account.
Basically, failure to deliver a notice, essentially, we sent to the one.
Now, when they say that they bought it, okay, aren't there other records that are changed, like deed records and that type of stuff?
Yeah.
And were those correct to reflect a change in ownership?
We had to correct under supplement already. We've done that already. But their claim here is that their value is incorrect. I mean, they're asking you, you're the ARB, they're asking you for a late protest. And we're saying we agree with that you should grant a late protest. Because we had a failure to deliver notice to the correct
Yeah, we sent it next door.
address.
Sorry?
We sent it next door. We sent the address. Right. If it's like 114, 116, 120, it's something like that. Instead of going to 114, we went to 120.
And the real property was changed.
Okay,
Yes.
and so that was my question.
Yeah, it was correct all along.
It had been changed. Okay. Thank you.
And so what is the property ID number on that one? Is that,
What's the property ID for the personal property of 116?
Okay.
That's what you
So,
want to know, right?
right,
so it's the personal property account is, sorry, I went into the real property, 8808622.
person.
It's important that you don't look the stuff below it so that you can say that you didn't consider it, so that you can hear the case in the future, because I think you should hear the case.
I agree.
So,
And as an aside, before we make a motion.
yeah,
I don't know if it's possible for you guys to redact or remove that kind of information from any letters. I mean, I understand you did it for completeness probably, but
Oh, and I need to correct myself. I just looked at the ownership and it was correct for the real property, but we actually just corrected it. So it hasn't been correct all
I
along.
understand.
Okay,
Okay. So to avoid the rendition, doing rendition stuff, it might be helpful.
You notice like, do you notice like, when we present information like in previous years, when it's a personal property, we don't present the rendition because it's confidential information. In this case, you had a property owner that said, hey, I turned in a rendition, here it is, and you're like, whoa, wait a second, I can't look at this right now. You're gonna have to consider it, they can do it at the time, but before the hearing, you shouldn't,
you should review it.
you shouldn't.
Right.
I mean, that's you can ask your attorney, but that's my suggestion.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, good.
Don't show it to them.
Yeah,
So if you get a letter that has that in there,
And you leave it out.
and you leave it out.
yeah, that would be my fault. I just scanned it all in. and didn't think it.
Well, yeah, I think
Okay, fine.
in the future, just if you get that, leave it
Yeah,
out.
I will.
And we can note the fact that,
Yeah.
you omitted, this page.
Yeah, you could put an addendum in there just saying the rendition.
Yeah.
Okay,
Was attached and made.
That's cool.
So I think, after all this information, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve. Or I make a motion that in reference to account number 88086622. After information was received and discussed by the district and the ARB, that we grant this appeal for a review, a late hearing.
and that is the account number she rattled off.
Uh-huh.
That is the business personal property.
yes,
And the address is 116 Perch.
yes,
And in the letter to them, they need to submit a letter or a protest.
okay,
All of which will be-
Yeah, because there's nothing in their letter that's indicating protest. So if they get this letter, they might not do anything because they assume that we're gonna schedule a hearing.
Yes, and they attach the.
Sure.
this form.
We'll just attach it and say,
Yeah.
it's the ARB's recommendation that you fill this out
Sure,
for the aforementioned property.
Sure.
In return.
So we need a second.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that.
Is there another letter
no, that's all the letter.
on the letter?
Yay.
Okay, we'll. Anybody need a break?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a 2-minute break.
2 minutes to walk down the hall.
On your mark.
It's
Down here to the right or to
I was
the.
gonna go stamp the notary.
Oh,
to the left, yeah, all of these. And me.
Oh, no.
Ah,
It's hard to get back in the groove.
Yeah, well, you gotta get in a rhythm, not just.
We're doing well.
It's really strange because especially when you get new people that are coming on, this is not a typical meeting because it has so much other things. And it's hard, especially, when you get into the season, you're like, okay, this is really what a normal day looks like. And it's just case after case after case.
Yeah.
I don't even think I could recall, other than sitting down Well, I didn't even remember that because I forgot it was in the trailer. So, the first meeting, the anxiety was so high.
Oh, wow. Well, I heard Peggy got to do some traveling. Did you get to do anything fun, Ron? Did you?
I've just been building, working in subdivision
Oh, good.
that up there in Lamar Point.
Oh, nice,
I work for the developer,
nice.
just taking care of it. He's retired, semi-retired, and they travel a lot, so I handle all the stuff and send it to him for approval or whatever. Somebody wants to buy a lot, I write it up, send it to him, and he handles it all.
Very nice.
And then we enlarged our book storage building another 6 years this year, so.
Is that like, we're just north of that street? Yeah, I know where they're at.
Yeah, you'll see it,
Yeah,
because I'm sure I'll be in here. When the yellow notices come out.
but
Yeah, we got 24 units, as you know.
I think for the exclusive right of the people in the water,
I
anyway,
lease them, I rent them.
that's good.
So that's your retirement fund,
One of them,
one of them.
it's mainly for the kids, and the wife.
What other kind of construction, like supervision do you do? Like the residential, do you do some commercial?
I am over, like, at the Lamar Point Preserve, I have to approve all their plans. I have to follow through on their construction, if they're,
Are you the only one?
There's 3 of us. And, if they've got to have the porta potties and the open tops, and they got to have all that, you got to keep it at least, keep all the trash out, so that's my job.
It's good.
It's,
You don't have a little golf cart, you just drive by and.
yes,
You
sure,
don't want to be
yes.
You want to be on ACC.
No, I will touch that with a broom. I had been to those meetings and I lose my temper and I can't
No,
have
not the board. I'm getting ready.
Either one.
So, yeah, and all of that takes like effort. It takes daily effort to like, guys, you'll need to go pick that up over there. If you don't, it ends up looking terrible.
It does.
We don't know when that happens. My wife won't let it.
But
Because we mow that whole subdivision right away and the entrance and keep all that.
It looks
Together.
great.
nice and tidy. Yeah, all of that takes effort, like the daily stay on top of subs and all the rest. It just takes a lot of effort.
Those, boy, those subs come out. You have a lot here that they're building on. There's nothing built on the side lots. They use that as a highway to tear it up. And I don't know that.
Well,
You
they
got
should
your
have
lot,
a
you
dump-
stay there,
They should have it. once.
They're supposed to.
Yeah.
It's in,
It's all
they
of
sign
them.
off on that before they even break ground. That's most of them. Just try to get
Well,
them.
it's Do you have the open houses?
No.
They just open.
I don't do those. Now the barn goes back there, the builder and his partner open those up daily and leave them.
Oh, okay, because I noticed that I was
Close them
out
at
the
night.
one that said, oh, in there. Then
But there's some builders.
my
out
days
there
of
that-
real estate are over.
They've got 3 brand new builds out there in phase
Yeah.
1.
So that,
To me, they're overpriced by $100,000. For that area. They want 485 to 460. One lot, no fence, it ain't gonna work. To me, they're $100,000 over.
Is that why they're not moving?
Probably,
I'm convinced.
price overcome all objections.
I like that.
It's true. Learn that
Maybe
real
the
estate.
slogan.
But
I've got t-shirts here, wear a t-shirt.
there's 12 acres on the highway side of the entrance there. That's been on the market for almost a year, maybe a little over, and it finally has something pending
Where is that one?
on Lamar at Seaside Loop. Just south of it,
Okay,
there's 12 acres over there, and I think Kia Allegra was one that are having the buyer on it with Peter,
Interesting.
but it finally got a pending one.
takes a long.
And I'm glad to see that, because I've got the property on the north side of
Yeah.
Seaside Loop, on the corner.
All right, let's jump back in. I want to cover,
My mind went dark. Why do how do I get?
Here, right here, on the side, right here, there's a button. On your left side, there's a little button.
Okay,
Did it come to life?
yes.
Yes,
Because I can't,
because I knew I could turn it over and get the. Yeah, the pause and let it go up there. Okay, and what are we doing, number 10?
well, I'd like to combine number 9 and number 11. Since they're both dealing with the, hearing procedures.
Okay,
There is a short set of charts that I put together. You may recall from last year where we went through a similar exercise. The 2021 Texas legislature updated the code to require that the ARB incorporate the model hearing procedures that's produced by the comptroller. It's both in path that you follow the model hearing procedures. The incorporation pretty much says you have to do what they say. You can deviate as long as what your deviations, which in general are additions or slight modifications, don't run counter to what the spirit of the model hearing procedures are. We also have to, on a yearly basis, have a public hearing to adopt our hearing procedures, whether they change or not. And those have to be distributed to the comptroller and other local entities here, the district board of directors and a taxpayer liaison and so on. And I've noted in the presentation and just a rendition or a reiteration of the parts of the tax code 4101 and 5.103, which talks about the requirements to review and potentially update the hearing procedures and to just have a public hearing and to distribute those. That needs to take place by May 15th. We need to distribute them within 15 days of adoption. And the end date is May 15th. I said May 15th. I mean May 15th of each year. All right, so having
And just for a clarification, the ones behind us are already adopted, so if there was no changes, there would not be a need for a public hearing.
and still, according to the code, you still have to have a public hearing, even though there aren't any changes. If you believe what the code says.
The appraisal room show or adopting the hearing procedure. The proposed. So when you talked to Judy, she said that regardless, you have to have a public hearing. That's new.
Yeah, well, that's what came out as a result of the 2021 legislative session. This whole process of having the public hearing, distributing, and so on and so forth was came out of the 2021 legislative session.
2021,
It was the 2021 to be implemented, yeah, that session, which to be implemented in the beginning of 22. Is where this was first introduced, that we had to have the public hearing and distribute all this, the hearing procedures.
It says each year.
Yeah,
Each year, the comptroller shall review the hearing procedures adopted by each grade.
right.
And it incorporates the model hearing procedures prepared by the comptroller. So y'all need to do this quickly, like next.
We have time, okay? We have until May 15th technically to turn the crank, all right? And in this case, well, let me just jump back in. That the legislature did not meet in 2022. So consequently, there were no additional changes that we had to incorporate as a result of changes to the tax code. Or, you know, and hence to procedures or that kind of stuff. We did go through the process last year. I submitted our procedures to the comptroller. And of course, I sat back and said, you know, this will be interesting to see how they're going to review 250 sets of hearing procedures for each county's ARD. And the wheels turned slowly. I did actually, I got a response that said they received them in May, but no information about they agreed or there were problems or whatever. About a month ago, I did get a note from the comptroller's office identifying one section where I had neglected to reference the single member panel procedures and the incorporation of single member panels. There are actually two sections in the hearing procedures that address single member panels. I had caught the first one, I missed the second one. They said, you know, talk to your lawyer, do whatever you need to do. The change is minimal and doesn't, at that time, did not require, a month ago, did not require us to resubmit to incorporate that. It wasn't like it was a major thing. However, that was one thing that was identified. I did crawl through the hearing procedures. You all got a copy of the model hearing procedures in your books, in your education manuals. And the only thing I noticed was some wording changes, and I took the liberty of making even a few more changes that revolved around the handling of remote sessions. Remote are those sessions that are done by telephone or by video conference, i.e. Zoom. Okay. And so real quickly, when we go into the changes where I'll highlight them, you'll see where that was changed. We being myself and Mike and Val and the district have been looking at the possibility of modifying the handling of signing affidavits. We haven't implemented anything yet, as I mentioned. However, I did update the hearing procedures to accommodate the option of having a single sign-in or not. Okay, so what you'll see in my proposed updates is it would support either case. Okay, whether you had a single sign-in for a large group of hearings is in one lag or not. And then there are just a few minor formatting and wording changes and others to those and things like that. Do you have any questions before I go into pointing to the specifics on what I was proposing?
No, just timeliness is sooner rather than later. I know that you said we have to before May 15th, but public hearings give me a lot of angst from the standpoint that it's really a public hearing. And so we have to enter into the public hearing session, and then you have to hear from citizens, their either concerns or voice any ideas. But would you have already submitted the proposed, or is it after that meeting that you submit everything to the entities and to the council? Did you get that?
It's after the public hearing that we would make any changes that came out as a result of the public hearing, and that's what would get submitted. Okay. And so there are a couple things here. One is, and we went through this exercise last year.
Yes, I've got the notes from last year.
Right. Where in general, public hearings in many cases are handled and announced separately and distinctly from other types of meetings, public meetings. And it was the view of your attorney, and I believe even ours, that incorporating it and having it as part of a regular ARB hearing was okay. We didn't, we
I
didn't need to,
remember.
yeah,
it was all on the same agenda.
right.
And nobody showed last year,
No.
so, but it is important that my only point is that we should be doing this in the next few weeks. So that we get it to the comptroller and to the entities as quickly as possible, because we know how how slow the wheels can turn.
Sure. Sure, I don't have any problem, it just, we're even ahead of the curve from what we did last year, because we didn't even start this process until the middle of April.
Right.
So we are in a good position right now, as well as the fact that, the changes we're talking about here are really pretty minor, okay? So I wouldn't anticipate from two standpoints. I wouldn't anticipate we're gonna have any challenges in dealing with this. One is because generally, unfortunately, there are no people that show up on these types of things. And secondly, because the changes are relatively minor. It might be viewed as annoying to say, hey, you gotta incorporate the comptroller's hearing procedure, but at the same time, that also makes it a little easier because we can be less transparent and say, well, you may not agree with this, but this is what we have to follow, because that's what the state says in the contract. So, okay, so let's, you've got copies. I sent you copies, that's what I did. I sent you copies of two versions. One of them is the one where I had used revision markup in Word to highlight the changes that were made. Revision markup can be handy because you have a version that's got
All I have is the revision version. I can,
with markup. Yeah, that's good.
okay,
If you could bring that up, because
Yes.
the other version is the one where I accepted the revisions. On a document that's 13 pages long, and this is the annoyance I had to deal with in terms of comparing it to our old, prior procedures, as well as the comptroller's model hearing procedure, just finding out what changed, okay? So the stuff that's underlined red are things that were added. There is strike through in some cases. You can see there where it was just that was just a formatting change where the word ARB was moved from the line below. Go ahead and scroll down a little if you would to the next place where there's some changes. Okay. Now this section in dealing with single member panels was actually in our prior hearing procedures. What I did was tighten up the language around the accepting or not accepting of the recommendation. And the model hearing procedures, if you actually look at it, doesn't go to the extent. Well, what it does is the code allows a recommendation taken to the full ARB to either be accepted or not accepted. If it is not accepted, the code says you can schedule another single member panel, or you can refer it to the full ARB. In our case, because we're a small ARB, it's not possible. We don't have enough people to be able to resend it to another single member panel section. So I just said, all the time, what we're going to do is if it's not accepted by the full ARB, the next action is to schedule or schedule a hearing in front of the full ARB to deal with that. And that language just states that. You can see what it did say before it accepted. Are there any questions on that? Okay. Okay. I did change some of the language around the survey, the model hearing procedures the comptroller has reference to the specific URL and so on. The language that's struck through is what was there. And I basically inserted the language that we've been using, which says, rather than telling people what the URL is, which nobody's going to remember anyway in a hearing, what we do is we refer to the fact that on the form is the URL as well as information about how to retrieve it. So this is, and interestingly enough, Judy had also suggested, and you'll see above there where the statement is, we do not work for the appraisal district. And she asked that I also insert or any taxing entity. So that's been inserted in our procedures as well as in the scripts. And that taxing entity reference is not in the model hearing procedures, which shouldn't cause the control in the next. Anybody got any questions? Chime in as we go through these. All right. Item C is my accommodation for the single sign-in of affidavits. And basically what we do typically or have been doing is at that point in the preamble to a hearing, we each sign affidavits, okay, and we each do a rendition of, I, Scott Ryder, do solemnly swear that blah, blah, blah. And if we have pre-signed or signed in ahead of time, the preamble script has me saying that I have confirmed that Sandy, Ron, Joanne, Peggy, by name, have signed the required affidavits. So that part of the process would be modified if and when we go to the single signing. And my accommodation here is to just say that you are signing or have signed the required affidavits. Same thing is true on the affidavit required by witnesses being either the appraisal district or the protest. That's an item F. If you scroll down more, I think, yeah. So item S is what was missing in our existing procedures, and I added back in. I say it was missing. Pretty sure that was the place where the comptroller had identified some missing handling of the single member panels. This is consistent with the information up above, which just reiterates the handling of recommendations from the single member panel session back in the full ARB and what happens if it's not accepted by the full ARB.
So if the ARB does not accept the single panel, a rehearing with the full ARB will be scheduled to decide the objection.
That's correct. As opposed to a possibility of sending it back to another single member panel.
Which really doesn't make sense because.
Well, in our case, we don't have enough people to hear the recommendation in as limited a fashion as we can. Because we can't go into a lot of details in the recommendation piece. And if it were to come back as another hearing to the full ARB, we have to be able to swear in affidavits that we haven't communicated or know anything about the session or the details of the
I
hearing.
hear that, but going back to another single member panel does not make sense because then you've got two opinions.
It works okay. Well, okay. And I'll address what you just said in a second. If we had 15 members on an ARB, we could pick another person that hadn't heard the single member session and hadn't participated in the recommendation group. Okay, we don't have that luxury. Okay. Now, the possibility of if it were to go back to another single member panel, you would say, well, why would it be different? Well, it may not be different, but at the same time, there potentially would be difference, because why would the full ARB not accept the recommendation to begin with?
Mhm.
Okay, so anyway, primarily because of the number of people that we have on our ARB and the ability to hear it as full, in a full hearing. This is really the only way I can see that we can handle those recommendations that aren't accepted.
Yeah, I like this way much better.
Yeah, and the other thing that we do, there's the district has a process. We created a letter last year. I think you may know this, but we created a letter to go back to people that submit a protest form and request single member opinion. And the letter, when a protest comes in that has that box checked, this letter goes back to the protester to say, look, you request a single member panel. This is what that implies, what will happen. Because people, there isn't any good amount of information that tells a protester what single member panel does, okay? It just at its face may sound interesting, where you say single as opposed to ARB, but even, you know, Joe Citizen probably doesn't even know that an ARB is composed of, in general, you know, 3 to 5 members in a hearing, okay? So the letter is intended to step through and define, this is what a single member panel implies. This is what will happen. You will not get a hearing or a determination rendered at your single member panel hearing.
Yes,
The
sir.
recommendation, that's correct.
Let's go back to the ARB.
Perfect, yes, and that's a point that people may not understand. I don't know how many, there were just a few maybe that we give them the opportunity to say, oh, well, I didn't understand, and I do want a regular hearing, and so on. And we had just a very small number of people that requested the change back to a regular hearing. So, as you
That's what I
recall,
recall. Do you get?
we actually had a fair number, which surprised some of the other ARBs that I chatted with.
We had, Beth just did those statistics. I think we had 108 single member panel hearings.
And there were like 160 requests. Okay, so there were quite a few requests for single member
160 total.
total, yeah.
And there was 120.
108 hearings that actually took place as a result of that. So the difference are people that either resolved through discussions with the district, informal conferences, or no shows.
Or didn't show,
Yeah.
right? And then just as a point of reference, we had roughly 2,500 protests. So that number represents something like 4%. 4% of all the protests.
Which is pretty high, I mean, in my mind, okay? And just as an aside, I may have mentioned this before, one of the ARBs that I chatted with the Dallas ARB chairman in Hidalgo County down in the valley. And she told me last year they had 55,000 protests that were submitted.
The county's that big.
Evidently, either that or they do such a poor job. Anyway, and it's a lot of, it is on the border. And while we get very busy during hearing season, she said their typical hearing day, they would hear between 300 and 500 hearings a day. Well, I don't know. I mean, it got so ludicrous that she said people would come and they'd queue up with tents, and awnings, and ice chests, down the street, waiting for hearing. I find that to be pretty poor from the handling of the general public for dealing with ARVs, but it is what it is. Down there.
That would be your.
Yeah, so I think we do a really good job between what the district handling and our handling the ARVs and trying to accommodate and be, considerate of the public on handling approaches. The last item, and this is a conversation I had with Judy about the handling of the affidavits. Now, the structure sentence, which says private property owner or their agent documents indicating that the members of the board hearing the protest signed and required affidavits. And one might think that as people are going out the door, that you give them a goodbye present of here's a copy of the affidavit. Okay? And we don't. Okay, what we do is it's included in the determination package that they're going to get one way or the other. And not only is there a copy of signed affidavits from the ARB, but all the affidavits from them as well as from the district representatives. So I modified the language a little and made sure that it was okay with Judy about first, because the code doesn't say when they get it. Okay. And the fact that we included them in the determination package that everybody does get.
It does, they do get it.
Yeah, they do get it, just not as they're walking out the door. You don't need to be trained, do you?
What's going on? I just here.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, this is the updates that deal with remote hearings. And I made some changes to be consistent, somewhat consistent with what's in the model hearing procedures and dealing with remote hearing, both what the code specifies where a person doesn't need to be physically present, that can be accommodated through telephone or video conference. And yeah, so references previously just said telephone conference and I, rather than say telephone conference or, yeah, I said remote because it would accommodate both Zoom and as well as telephone conference. And I think that's pretty much it. I changed some of the language where it says shall make a determination. I say decide. I mean, it seems to me decide is a better word or phrase to use rather than determine. However, the code may actually say use the words determine in some cases. Is that it? Okay, so.
With that, we have a citizen that's already signed in, they're scanning in some evidence, so we'll.
This is for the 10 o'clock.
The 10 o'clock.
Okay, great. Great. All right, so the next steps here, and I gave you another copy. The second PDF is basically this document with all the revisions accepted, folded in the removal things, taken and so on. Find out from Val, or I don't know if you have any knowledge of when we might have the next hearing. Okay. We have enough time. The lead time for hearings is at least 15 days because that's the lead time for the protesters to be notified and provided with the evidence packages. But my suggestion is that we plan on having the public hearing as an agenda item in that next hearing. And And at that hearing, barring any other questions that might come from the public, you, as well as you guys, we would have a vote to adopt those hearings. Assuming they get adopted and or if there are any changes that need to be made. I'll produce the required versions of the document to go to the liaison officer here. She can distribute to the district board of directors. I'll send it to the comptroller and then produce the information. This needs to be posted. The procedures need to be posted on the wall as part of the code. And that's just a version I created that does that. We'll get that up as well. Anybody got any questions on the procedures?
Sir.
Okay. 9 and 11.
That was, agenda items 9 and 11 that were done.
Yes. Okay, the next thing we'll cover will be hearing on chief appraiser motions. And Mike, I'll let you explain a little more in detail, but effectively chief appraiser motions are encompass a number of types of corrections that I would call them corrections to the appraisal roles that
Right, there's basically 3 types of motions to correct. There's property owner motions to correct, that's where you have a citizen that says, hey, I think you should correct the role for reasons A, B, C. There's chief appraiser's motions to correct that says, I think you should correct the roles for X, Y, and Z. And then there's joint motions to correct in which both the citizen and the chief or a representative from the district agree that the role should be corrected for a reason. And so there's 3 main, 3 typical motions to correct. Property owner motion to correct, chief appraiser motion to correct, and joint motions to correct. And so at that time, we'll handle those.
okay, and these people are here for one of those kinds of motions, is that correct?
The people here are typically here for 25/25s.
With my understanding, those weren't scheduled until the afternoon.
I can check, we can check and see, maybe one of them is here to see, maybe one of them is here for one of those motions.
Yeah, because at least when I chatted with Val, I made, maybe change or
So
might.
all the 25/25s were in the afternoon.
That's
what,
Okay,
okay,
my understanding.
then you're, I believe that you're correct. Then one of these people, see, anybody can show up for a meeting at any time and they can listen to and give, their opinion about, either a motion to correct or a joint motion to correct or a property owner motion to correct. So, I'd have to look at the motions. We do a whole bunch of motions throughout the year, so. Let's see, that's going to be. Let's see if it's under joint motions. I don't think it would be under joint motions.
Well, yeah, it's in the 10 o'clock docket, I believe.
Okay, one of the chief appraiser motions.
Okay, good.
So which one is it?
Well,
It's going to be. It's listed as chief appraiser motions to correct, and the particular person that's out there. Is coming.
okay, so that's,
That's number 1 on our list. Julie Covington,
yeah, 52258.
yes.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily first motion to correct.
Yeah, so I see,
Well, on this list here.
Yeah, I believe.
Okay,
52218, is that what you said?
52258.
5.
Okay.
And
That's towards the end. It's actually one of the ones in blue. On the chief appraiser
It's
motion.
not.
It's under chief appraiser's motion to correct it. It's, I don't know if these are numbered. It's page 6 of 17.
There's also a 10 docket.
There's also a docket.
Yeah.
extended.
Yeah.
So,
It is.
yeah, so this, had to do with let's go ahead and, this is a little bit different. Because it's a hearing that's scheduled in the afternoon. Mrs. Covington is here right now. Right?
Yeah.
And so she wants to, we would, I guess what we should do. Is absent of any other citizens that are associated with the chief motions. We should just exclude this one from the chief motions, and we can handle the rest. Or we can hear the case early, which I'm okay with as well.
Well, it's set up for a 10 o'clock docket,
That's-
any hearings for the chief appraiser motion.
Okay,
So, what you'll need to do is get out of the Google Drive and go back in because I've uploaded the taxpayer evidence. And from what we learned earlier, apparently it doesn't just seamlessly come on to the drive.
so we go out, all the way to the blue.
Right, or you can swipe down or up and it'll take you to the blue as well. I believe.
Or to refresh, you just,
Oh, okay, or just pull down, that's it, with
Okay.
refresh,
And then we're going back into files.
right
No.
into your March 29. Yes, go into that.
So go back into Google Drive after that.
And then we go to where?
To your dockets, your hearing dockets, and then you'll go to 10 a.m. No, not 1:30. Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking, yes, let's.
Go off the end.
Maybe you can see.
And then it's going to be 5225.
You go under share once you get to the,
Second from the right on.
Okay, just go ahead and you swipe down.
and they go into hearing dockets, is that what we said?
Yes. And then you'll go into the 10 a.m. docket, which I think is on the end.
That's if you can swipe down.
That'll refresh it.
Or go down to the very bottom, the blue, dark and gray and with,
It's not doing it for us.
go to the bottom and do it.
So don't go ahead and look at anything until they come in, but just
Oh,
into
you've already got
your.
it.
And then we.
She does. She does, she didn't have the additional taxpayer evidence.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, don't look at it yet, but
Yeah.
go back. And then let's swipe up, and then you go like this, and then close it. And then find, and then go to Google Drive, and then go to share, and save.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. There you go.
10 o'clock. Find the one. And it's still only 2 for her. I can switch with her, we're gonna present it.
Yeah, plus it was another. And you can look at mine as well.
Yeah, we can, that's strange.
Okay, now, it's my understanding, and I did have a short conversation with Judy about this. On this case, we would open a hearing. And if we chose to not accept to deny the chief appraiser motion, then that would result in having to schedule a hearing on this motion. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that we would have the hearing. If you agreed with the taxpayer,
Yes.
then you would simply deny the chief appraiser motion.
Now, does there then need to be a hearing to address what the chief appraiser motion was trying to do?
No,
No,
we'll discuss,
in
we'll
here.
discuss it in the hearing.
That's going to, they did not file a protest. What you are gonna have is the chief appraiser motion. to
Okay,
look at.
all right.
So, okay, help me out, they didn't file a protest, so we're just hearing what the appraiser.
Okay, so remember, there's three things. There's the chief appraiser,
Right?
there's the protest, there's the citizen
Mhm.
motion to correct. So there's a chief appraiser motion to correct, citizens motion to correct, and then a joint motion to correct. For joint motions, you probably remember that when it's a joint motion, both the citizen and the district say, hey, we're in agreement. You probably just hear it and go, okay, if you're in agreement, we're not gonna get involved. When you hear citizens motion to correct, typically, we would have already gotten involved if we agreed with the citizen. We would have done the, hey, let's do a joint motion to correct and not do the citizen's motion to correct. So we typically have a hearing for a citizen's motion to correct. For chief appraiser motions to correct is very rare because we have communication with the property owner. It's about like either adding or removing property from the roll, or it has something to do with something that the property owner kind of knows and brings it to our attention. And so it's a chief appraiser motion to correct. And typically you don't have any opposition. This is the rare case where we have a chief appraiser motion to correct. And you have a person that comes into opposition with that motion. And so you get to listen to her and then listen to us, and then you get to make a decision.
That's where we are.
That's where we are.
And we would open a regular hearing on dealing with this. Sandy, just to clarify, while you were out. This is not typical for how we have, a majority of our hearings are not dealing with this kind of stuff. So that's why it may sound like a drunken disorder in terms of how we're dealing with that. But again, these happen very rarely in terms of how to accommodate.
But you'll see at the bottom of the chief appraiser motion, it says, when the chief appraiser does that motion, he is requesting a hearing with the ARB. Are y'all ready for me to bring them in?
I believe we are.
Okay,
We're gonna be looking at.
this is going to be Julie Covington and her husband Nathan.
Okay.
So we're gonna use the old system where we help.
Yeah. And so we haven't gotten through that part yet of where we want to start.
Yeah.
So this will be open to the, I like regular hearings.
I think we did an analysis that we can say that anywhere from 5 to 9 minutes per hearing. And which would, on the low end, would save us an hour and a half every day to the actual time.
Let's do it. That's Ray.
That's Ray. Ray's our deputy chief appraiser. I don't know if y'all know that this year, but Ray's been promoted to deputy chief. So
Congratulations, Ray.
the
The
district.
district. And you know,
Beth,
Ben, you met Beth,
paparazzi,
Yeah.
Are you gonna get some coming to, they'll just have to
Or-
put it over here?
paparazzi.
paparazzi.
Oh, please.
Okay.
Don't be.
With the white wall, yeah.
Okay, good morning. And I believe we have you, Julie, and you are Nathan? Okay, is it okay if I call you that? Sure. All right. All right, so I have some administrative stuff I'm gonna run through to open up this hearing. And then we'll get into the specifics of handling your case. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-2398, account number 52258, which is Smith and Woods block 3328. Yeah, lot 6 and 11. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we are here, the things under protest or what we're dealing with is a chief appraiser motion. Specifics of which we will get to in the actual hearing. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is available there in front of you. Or you can take the survey, there will be a copy of that also in the determination package you receive in the mail after this hearing, which documents the results of this hearing, or you can take it online. And information about taking it online is actually shown at the top of that form if you choose that method. Survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback that you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I see we have some evidence from you. And you provided everything that you're going to be referring to in your hearing and discussion.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Byrne, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code property 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Buchanan, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Sandy Swanson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6.
My name is, are you ready for that?
Not quite. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and now, Mike, if you'd like to swear in, that's fine.
Sure. I do, my name is Michael Soto, who's on the swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, and we're going to ask both of you to swear in, and Val will help you do that.
One of you wants to go first.
I, Judy Covington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Kansas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Nathan March, want to swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Kansas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, the governor asked me to verify and ask whether either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. In front of you is our hearing procedure times. It's also posted on the wall, and it's divided into two ways of handling, and this is how we're going to handle the hearing today. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who goes first, but you get to make the decision of whether you would like to go first or have the district go first.
I think we should go break.
Okay. All right. Very good. I don't know, is it appropriate for, they can go first, there's nothing that needs to be identified
No.
as introduction.
No, I'll, during my presentation, I'll read the chief appraiser motion and then comment on whatever they indicated.
Okay, Nathan, go ahead.
Okay, before you start, you have 5 minutes to present your.
Okay, all right. Basically, what we're doing is going back, this is brought to the board in 2000, July 23rd, 2019. It's when we brought this up. This is a copy of the
Determination.
determination and thing. And it says the property described is incorrect. Everything's been done, survey and all that was, it's all done, everything. But what they wanna do, they wanna fall back on the back taxes from this year, back 5 years. And we brought this up in 2019. That's our only protest, is that we brought this up to the board. And they agreed that it was wrong in 2019.
But never corrected.
But never corrected it until now. And so what we're saying is, it should go back to 2019, my taxes.
We should go back prior to.
Yeah, 5 years. That's what they say, 5 years. You can go back 5 years on your taxes. So we voted in front of the board in 2019. You know, when it's taken this long for it to come back up. That's our whole focus.
That's
That's all we're focusing.
Okay, anything else at the moment?
No,
You still have 3 minutes.
no, that's all.
God, it's time to get taken care of. Oh my God, that's all. We're really wanted to do this.
And like I say, we started in 2019, now it's 2023, and we just want to, you know, that's when it was brought up in 2019, so we look at, we should go back to tax. Because we were paying taxes on land that we could not use. It was installed, you know, and so that's our whole focus.
But yeah, that's not.
We're not,
I mean, we're happy to be.
yeah, we're happy, we're going
I
to
need to
dissolve
take
and, you know. Everything.
So now the district will have 5 minutes to use the figure.
So leave it right here just for a minute. The property description was incorrect. You can see that in that year, there was a reduction in value and it was a reduction in the land. And so there was a dispute, just to generalize, there was a dispute between the Covingtons and Aransas County because their property is adjacent to the park, to Memorial Park. And so there was a dispute for like where their land started or where it ended and where the county's land started and ended. We were not, I mean, they brought you some evidence, or they brought this board some evidence back in 19. There was a reduction because they said they couldn't use it. Okay, so fast forward to now, fast forward basically in 2022, where we actually have a survey that actually from the county that actually shows us where that line is. And so what we're saying is, as a district, is we've taken that survey that was presented to us. And at this point, we're going as far as we can go back in the supplement, which is 5 years, the year of 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 5 years. And so that's as far as back as the chief appraiser motion to correct can go. And from, we've asked our attorney, that's as far as back as we can go to do any kind of role change. So I'm going to go ahead and go to our chief appraiser's motion to correct. You can go to our that evidence. It's really that. So we agree with the citizen that there should have been a change, but we can only go back 5 years from the actual survey that we received, and that's the reason we did a change, just because we received the survey and looked at the line. And so this is the chief appraiser's motion to correct the correction of the appraisal roll. And you can see that it's dated on, well, it says based on the 20th of July of 2022, which is the certification date. And then you can see this is the property description, which is the property owner's property at Smith and Wood, block 328, lot 6 and 11, which is 1420 North Vern. The account number 52258 is there. And it says inclusion of property that does not exist in the form or at the location described in the appraisal roll for those tax years. And so not only did we do it for the year in which they brought you information in 19, which is in that window, but we went back further, but we didn't have an official document that actually said, hey, there was a claim by the Covingtons in those years, like, hey, we're not going to use the property that you say that we have. In that year, in the year of 19, the appraisal review board said, yeah, it looks like they're not going to use that. But until 2022, did we not have a survey that was presented by the county that said, you know, this is where the line is. So we said, oh, you know, the Covingtons, we made the roll correction for the square footage that's there, but we did it for 5 years from the time that we had that document. That's what the chief appraiser does when he has information that's relevant to the appraisal roll. I can make a correction, but I can only make a correction going back 5 years. It's the year that I had the information from the county, which was the survey, was the year of 22. So I went from 22, 21, 20, 19, and 18. And that's what my chief appraiser motion says right here. It's for the entities described, and it says lot 6 was carried as 0.1469 acres when only 0.006 acres was owned. The
106.
yeah, 0.106. Did I say it wrong?
Yeah.
The survey dated, this was recently provided by the city of Rockport, and the land segment 6 will be corrected from 0.1469 to 0.106 acres. So it was recently provided by the city to the district, and we're saying, yes, we agree based on this survey that we're going to reduce the amount of acres, but we can only go back for 5 years. And I don't believe this board has any authority to go back beyond 5 years. You can ask your attorney, but I've already asked mine. So. And that's all I got. I believe that the Covingtons just want to go back further. And so I don't have that ability.
Yeah.
And I don't believe we do either. That's it.
I didn't hear that,
You didn't hear what?
that they wanted to go back before
Yeah,
2019.
is that what you wanted?
Well, for the year,
That's what
we brought this, I don't, is it our turn to talk? I don't know.
You now have 2 minutes to dispute.
I don't know, where what year the survey was done in exactly. I mean, I don't know where it came from or how it came about, because I've gone, when I bought the property, I went to the appropriate place and got all the paperwork I could get as far as the lot size, the lot, and whatever, which was incorrect when we bought it, and I knew that. And we were actually trying to take care of it in 2017, because I was gonna buy the property in the middle, and we had the hurricane and all of that went out the window. So I, you know, it was 2019 before, you know, I got my mind back to it again, and we protested because of the fence line that was set there. So I mean, they've had that survey for years, I'm sure. I mean,
The city probably.
yeah, I mean, whoever, I mean, I don't know how all this works, you know, but that was our purpose of coming in 2019, was to correct it from the time we bought it. And that was our understanding. I mean, as far as how, I don't, if you got the survey this time and it didn't come up last time, I don't know on it. So that's the only reason we just want to get it taken care of for sure, you know, so we can finally have it settled.
So what are you, I'm sorry, what are you trying to settle? The size of the land?
The size of the land and the amount of taxes that we paid from the time we bought it to then. Well, we bought it in 2016, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's not, just want to get it kind of settled and taken care of so we can move forward, you know. But that was just our protest, is that we brought this to the attention, and you know, we were under the understanding that it was going to be that the next step would be taken care of to get it correctly. Nobody ever told us that we had to do anything more. So that's all. We're not protesting the actual what he's doing at all. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all can't do it, y'all can't do it. But as far as that's concerned.
So basically what I believe that I'm hearing. Well,
So you're gonna go on yours now?
I can, yeah, I'm in my 2 feet. So what I'll say is that there was a survey. It looks like it was dated in 1983, but it was not in our possession for whatever reason. It was presented because the Covington and City of Rockport had some disagreement about where the property line was. And so this came into our possession. So we said, yes, we agree with the Covingtons that their acreage should not be the 0.1496, but actually be 0.106 acres. And so we agree with that. So we made the change and we go back 5 years, but that's as far back as we can go, because the law doesn't allow us to change it any further than that.
And so that's that is the chief appraiser's motion.
Right.
And that's all I can do. I don't know, I think I heard that they want to go back 17 is part of 16.
We want to go back and,
That we
brought the other attention.
And what-
Yeah, but that's 2019.
2019 is when we got the.
Yeah, it's in the
Right.
window of the 5 years.
Okay.
It's already handled as far as I'm concerned.
Well, okay, let me try and see if there makes any sense with me. There are two elements to this. One is the size of the property. Okay, and the other is the tax that's levied. Okay. And working off the tax that's levied is potential appraisal value, market values. Okay. I believe that the district has done what they can do to make the adjustments to the size of the property. I don't know how that would affect, even going back to 2019, okay, even 2018, if you wanted to.
I did go back.
Okay, you made an adjustment to the size of the property in your motion to correct. What I don't know is what the impact to an appraised market value is going to be as a result of that change. And hence, what is an impact or a potential change to taxes? Because we don't deal with taxes, okay? To taxes and the process of dealing with any potential change to taxes that might relate to delinquencies, interest, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Okay, so let me ask you, Mike, if you know. Assuming that the change is made, it will be made potentially, it's agreed to change the size of the property. Does that also entail or imply a change to appraisals during that period of time, appraised values?
It should, and I didn't present that in the motion because I don't typically do that. Sometimes there will be a definite dollar amount in a motion to correct.
Yes.
But in here, it's not, but I'd be glad to show you because if that supplement is changed, all it's going to do is it's going to take the market value times the square footage. It's $1 per square foot times the square footage, and it produces a value. If that number is less, then this number is going to be less. So I can say generally that it would be less. But until this motion to correct is accepted, I can't push that through the supplement.
So,
So I'm just trying to get the ducks in line here, right? Sandy, you're gonna say
No, I
something?
was just thinking that Mike is going to determine the difference, the cost.
I can tell you what the $1 per square foot in any particular year is, and then if it were less square footage, I can tell you what that number would be.
Yeah, this is gonna get complicated, excuse me for a second. Because there was a change to the appraised value in 2019, which went from 20,
Down to 60.
yeah, 24,000, yeah, down to 16. All right, so even if I don't know whose numbers are gonna be used in any calculation to determine an appraised
Oh,
value.
I see what you're saying. Which overrides which? Is it chief appraiser's motion to correct over the order determining protest of 19? I think in that year, it's the ARB's decision regardless.
Yeah, we don't know without looking at the determination, whether that value was arrived at because of a perceived change in value or because of the change in property size. Okay, but it's okay. So you understand my dilemma here. I don't know that we're gonna fix their problem. They're totally fix their problem. Okay, clearly we'll fix half their
The
problem,
major part of the problem.
which is getting the size of the property adjusted.
That's what they want, is that correct, the size, the property description.
But they also want
They also want to get some relief or determination on
the difference.
the delinquency and the interest on taxes they
that
not
they
pay or pay, whatever. Okay, and I don't know how to address that. We don't,
We don't.
but it would be computed, it would be dealt with from an appraisal standpoint, which would then drive back into the tax office for adjustments to taxes. Okay, and I don't know how to adjust the appraisal because we don't know yet whether they need to be adjusted.
I can tell you generally that you would take the number, like 0.1496 acres times the square feet in an acre, and that would produce the square feet times the dollar per square foot in any of those years, and it would produce a value. And I'm telling you that if it's lower, this number is gonna be.
Yeah,
And if you want me to give you one example, or I can go through all 5 years, I'd be glad to do that. But basically, that is my motion, is that I'm lowering that number. And so whatever that calculates in those years, I'd be glad to show you that right now.
Okay.
I'm essentially agreeing with the property owner that their things should be reduced in this acreage, and therefore commensurately, their market value should be reduced. But it can't happen until you say, yep, we
Yes,
agree with
we
the
agree,
motion,
yeah.
motion to correct, and then push the button, and then it'll be done in the supplement.
Okay,
But it can only go back 5 years.
But I can only go back 5 years, and I believe that you don't have the authority.
no, and they're not, I don't believe they're requesting this to go back from 5 years, because they keep saying 2019.
Well, 2019 is the hearing when we brought it.
That's correct.
And our understanding was that was pushing forward the changes that needed to be made.
That's when they
But it-
determined that it's wrong.
Well, it's unclear, without getting down to the weeds. Something was wrong, okay? A value was wrong, a dollar value was wrong, that got adjusted by the ARB.
Yeah.
What isn't clear is that value adjustment driven by a perceived market value discrepancy that the ARB was dealing with, and or deal because of the size of the property, okay? And you may have knowledge of what took place in that hearing, we don't, and not to say that that's wrong or good or bad, okay? It's just that I'm not sure that we potentially would accept the chief appraiser's motion. And then you're gonna be back here because you don't agree with the change that is made to appraised value as a result of the change in property size. And that I can't help you with right now. We just don't have enough information. Has anybody else got mind to talk about myself?
no, I think what I would like to do is, I'm good with everything else. Make a motion to.
We definitely need to do that. We definitely need to do that. Because that needs to be done.
That's the start.
Yeah, because that should have been done already.
Motion that, regarding case ID number 120032, account number 52258, that the ARB accept the chief appraiser's correction to this property.
That's on the 25.
All in favor? Anybody opposed?
Which.
Okay.
So we,
Now that'll.
no, you don't. Go ahead.
That'll make a change that should ripple through the system, okay? And the change that chief appraiser made will go back 5 years, which from a legal standpoint, from the tax code standpoint, is the limit. That, I mean, that's,
And we know that.
Okay.
We understand that.
now, what happens after that is some things should get rippled through the system based on an adjustment to the property size, okay? And I don't know what those values are gonna be and what the effect is in terms of what you paid or, and we don't, right? But
And I will say, in answer to your question, you said like, where's the dilemma? Like, what would be the value? I looked in the year of 19, and essentially the claim by the property owners was considered, and the ARB at the time did the best job that they could, and they got close to the number that would actually be there anyway. So it's like for the 2019 year, it's essentially a wash, but all the other years, 2022, 2021, 2020, and 2018, those other 4 years, they will be adjusted to the correct acreage.
Okay, so.
And
So
we
if
don't-
From here forward.
If the decision was based primarily on a calculation on the new properties, on the correct properties. Okay,
Right.
then the appraised values going forward should be close to correct.
And so her question, it should be correct from this point on.
From 20.
From here on out, it should always be correct.
Well, it's a supplement, so it's going to be an actual change to the square footage based on the acreage, square footage moving forward in perpetuity, unless you bought like some of the city property in the
Yeah.
future, but. Yeah.
And I didn't understand what the paperwork that was sent, I didn't see the difference. The two images of the lots, I couldn't tell there,
Yeah,
The
that's
paperwork that
what-
was sent in 2019.
no, this time.
Okay.
The changes, when I looked at the lots, can you see that? As I didn't understand or see a difference in the lot sizes in the pictures. From the before and the after information.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? I just didn't
You
understand.
want to see the survey?
Well, I want to see what the lot size is. I'm assuming the survey is correct. I mean.
Well, that's what we based all of our information.
Yeah, I mean,
on.
I'm
Even
assuming. I mean, we couldn't find that survey. When I bought the property, I went to 2 different places and couldn't find it. And then before this, after this, I went. Then the city, and we got involved with the city and started dealing with the city. I went to the new office down on Pearl and they couldn't come up with that survey, this one, they came up with it. Either, so I don't know where it came from. I mean, who had it? Because I went there this year and tried to get it. Information.
Well, I mean, what's being asked, the thingy already happened, right? The gavel
That's-
thing has already happened, like we've already made a,
That's what I was gonna double check. You made the motion,
yeah,
you seconded it,
Yeah.
and we all vote.
We all
No.
We all vote.
They all accept it.
Okay, I will go through it one more time, just to make sure that it's on the record. All those in favor of accepting the chief appraiser motion is in the. What they.
That's before, and this is after.
Anybody?
It looks like
Okay,
this
so
should
that's.
be after.
they have less. hair,
I
right?
don't disagree with you, I don't recall.
We're going from code 146. 106.
Well, formality. So now the gavel's.
Well, one of the.
The gavel is down.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we have to accept.
No, I don't want the whole.
What we're saying.
But I think it's right here.
We're going.
I don't know what I'm.
Can we see the survey?
Distracted right away. Distracted right away. I was like,
Right.
I'm glad we have it here.
You don't have to.
Yeah, now the chief appraiser will verify.
Yeah.
Well, that's, it's, that I can sit. Most like that looks like it's that.
Even the size of the property. Or not. In the notice that goes out at the end.
Like the wording.
Oh, really?
Just
Like-
just because of the time.
Thank you for
One of
saying
the
that.
lots-
I've got something that.
Yeah.
Look out.
And that other one, it looks like either lot is full size,
Remaining.
but it is now full size. The
The
GIS was wrong, but.
Then process of being taken care of.
One of them was good.
And it's convoluted because there's all different.
And the other one. full size also.
I'm saying that.
No, that's not the-
Now going to be a point 106.
Yes.
But I mean, that's not, that's not.
You know, I just want to be able to verify. Okay, so the chief appraiser motion was accepted.
Good.
And that in turn will cause a change to be made. I am surmising that the appraisal notices that will go out next month
Will be-
probably won't reflect that change.
They will reflect.
They will reflect that change. Okay,
Because
so,
we can affect the year of 2023 right now. There is no time delay.
I was just concerned because it's the end of March and the appraisal notices are going out here shortly. That, is that enough time to get it?
Yes,
It
the
is.
answer is yes.
Answers.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I think we've done all we can do.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's-
No, we, like I said, we weren't really protesting what he was doing. We just were trying to figure out how this didn't.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was nice to talk. Thank you guys. I'll take another one. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. What's it? That's okay.
So how did you get the survey? I mean, it's confusing. I thought,
That's something the city.
yeah.
We got some information from the city because the Covingtons. Really, the case is closed, we shouldn't talk about it, but I'll just say generally that we got some information because the Covingtons and the city were in disagreement.
Gotcha.
And they presented information that we agreed with, and then we lowered the acreage.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so the city got. So the city ordered the survey?
No, it's an old survey. It was done at least like in '83, if I believe.
The property owner should, no matter who, should get a current survey when they buy a piece of property.
They said that they don't.
Even if there's a dispute on the property line, they should get a survey. That solves all people.
Exactly, and Run Red doesn't like to share
They're the
a
only,
past survey.
they'll share anything for money. $541.
That's true.
Well, you know, usually they do. They do the thing, they're not all common, so,
They're being very kind, they're not doing it.
well, maybe they ran into some.
Okay, let's see if we can get on track. Again?
Now,
Um,
anybody else up there?
We're gonna do the motion to correct. We're gonna do the chief appraiser, the rest of the chief appraiser motion.
we can do that.
Let's see if we can-
And
Give us a few minutes to navigate out.
It's line item 13. It's not one of the folders, it's just.
it kind of is.
The chief appraiser?
Yeah, since Val created one PDF that's got all of them in it, as opposed to having to go through each. Yeah, for this item off of the, off the agenda.
If everybody's ready, I'll just read through these.
No, I'm not ready yet.
I'll summarize them. I'll go quickly.
Are we gonna vote on them all at once or individually?
I think it'd be better if you voted. If you have a question, just stop me. In any one of these, all right?
Minutes, and this is 3, okay.
Does everybody see chief appraiser's motion to correct? And the very first one you see says 29 King Road, 29 King Road.
Oh,
Yeah.
King Road, yes.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, I want to say that. right.
That's right, that's right. So this particular one says that it's a clerical error for years 21 and 22 for that account number 320044. The entities are the county, the navigation district special and Francis Pass Independent School District. It's a special appraisal for a late application that's granted. So it looks like this was just a late application, right, Val? Or a late application is what it looks like. So sometimes we have late applications that are submitted. Right? The next one, page 2, says improvements in Conground Harbor, Block 1, Section 6. The property location is 108 Clough Street. The account number is 46600. Inclusion of property that does not exist in former location, and there you see the entities involved. Says the lease agreement was terminated as of August of 21, and so the building was removed from the property in 2022. So we made a corrections there, for the lease and the building. Right. Moving forward to the next chief appraiser motion is Ancient Oak Space 43, account number 49989. Inclusion of property that does not exist with a former location described in the tax roll years 2021 and 2022. Per the property owner and site visit, mobile home was removed from the county in 2020 due to new owners not wanting mobile homes. So this was just missed. And so we're moving it from the roll. The next is, next one, page 4. Improvements on navigation district property, booking train tours. 50158, error in ownership for 2022. So there was, a lease was terminated in March of 21 and the building and remaining contents were donated to Aransas County Navigation District. Moving on to the next page, page 5. Henry Riles, acres 4.381. Account number 52193. It's a clerical error that affects the owner's liability for taxes imposed for 2021 and 2022. And you see that it was a special late appraisal application granted. So these are typically homestead exemptions that people turn in late.
That would be more like a DPP.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, those are the special appraisals.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for that. Business personal property. The next one is the blue one. That's the one we just talked about with the Covingtons. So I'll pass on to the next one. Now we're on page 7, which is Woody Acres Mobile Homes RV Space 576. Account number 52581, an error of ownership of 2022. Property sold in 2019 per letter from previous owner. So we made an ownership change because you had a previous owner said, hey, I sold this back in this time. Going down to the next one, Chief Appraiser's motion correct, BPP whooping crane tours, again, at 55999. It is the lease terminated in March of 21 and the remaining property was donated back to the Navigation District. The next one is page 9, BPP Quality Care. The account number is 8808507. Inclusion project property that does not exist in formal location described at tax years 2022. The business was closed in 2021 for a business closure form. Sometimes we get those late. So this is one of those situations. Number 10, short-term rental at 710 Coconut Cove, aka Frisco Flats. Account number 8808767. Real property was sold in 2021 and no longer a short-term rental. Next page, short-term rental 8808858. An error of ownership or omission tangible personal property rendition statement for tax years 2022. No longer short-term rental for business closure. Again, sometimes we get those late. Next one is another short-term rental, 881858158. This is Kentucky 37307. It's an error of omission tangible business personal property in the rendition statement for the tax year 2022. Was no longer short-term rental as of December 2021 for owner and business closure. The next page, which is page 13, short-term rental of 71 Nassau, 8818207. Same type of thing, arrow mission, tangible personal property, tax year 2022. The property was a long-term rental in 2022 per owner, not a short-term. Next one, all about cleaning service. Account number 8818354. This is 2018 through 2020. Per property owner. This disclosure form, this will be closed in January of 2017. Next one is short-term rental of 110 Palm Drive. That's 8820957. Error of owner permission for tax years 2022. Property was no longer short-term rental in 2022 per business closure form. Next one is short-term rental of 102 Ball. 8823088. It's an error of omission in tangible personal property in the rendition statement for 2022. Property wasn't finished as a rental as of January 2022, listed with Miss Kitty's in December of 2022. Next one is short-term rental of 1323 Water Street, which is account number 8823093. Error of a or omission. Tangible personal property for account year 2022. The property wasn't finished as a rental in January 2023, with its getting in December of 2022. And that's it. So you can see that most of these are people telling us information late that's relevant to their business. Most of these were business personal property closure forms. We'd like to have them as early as we can, but sometimes people come in late after they get their tax bills. So these are the chief appraiser motions.
Any questions?
You never go out and check on them to see if they really,
But they really have them.
yeah, I mean, is the business still there?
We do it all the time, but we have 30 some odd hundred properties that we're looking to see in business open and close.
No, I think the ones that are filed.
Oh, you mean that like they said, hey, we closed, but they're really open? Yeah, we look every year, and if we find one, we remind them about like their business closure form, making a false statement as a class, whatever misdemeanor. We're reminding them of those things, but it's one of those, it's a hard thing to police, and it's
Well,
one of
no,
those.
I understand that. I was just wondering about these that are here for motion. Some of them say they moved their logos, they're no longer there. Beautiful.
Yeah. It's
That's
like
right.
some of those said per owner and a site visit, so we actually saw that like the mobile home was no longer there, or if the boat from Whooping Cranes was turned over, they're showing us the lease document that said they're giving it back to the NAV district or whatever. Those are the things we look at.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna make a motion,
Yeah,
and do you want? Go ahead.
I was saying, you should, yeah, you crossed out one, you know what I'm saying?
Because we just approved that. This is the one that we just approved, Covington.
Yeah, well, the one to, that one, 8820957, that's not what we did.
Oh, it's not.
The one to the left of it was, you cross that out.
This one,
Yeah,
yeah, we didn't approve this.
right.
Right.
However, there was a duplicate on the left. Eight. You were doing this. And
He's
just-
still-
Yeah, you just cross out one of them, you understand it twice.
Yeah.
And even though you approved that other one already through a hearing, I would just go ahead and include it in this motion
Okay,
as
so I'm
well.
what I'm gonna do is make a motion for the property IDs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so. I make a motion that we approve, the chief appraiser's, corrections,
Motions to correct.
motions to correct on the following property ID numbers. 88088767. 88088859. 88181158. 88182207. 88185354. 88200957. 88230088. 88230095. I'm sorry, 93. And number 88088507.
And all these others.
And the property ID number,
Yeah, you got them, they're just.
Okay.
Down that list too.
property ID number 32044 466. 0 49989 50158 52193 52258 52581 55999.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We have,
That took care of the 10 o'clock.
took care of the 10 o'clock here, Jeff.
Well, there was also a property owner's motion that we noticed for, and no one came for that. But we also have the property owner's motion to be
We're gonna do the
approved.
joint motion. Property.
Wasn't in the list on 10 o'clock, was it?
It was,
Which,
would be 8821443. Or did I have it for the afternoon?
No,
It's not on any list, so, at least that I can see here. Now, that's off the exhibit A lists.
Okay,
You may have it in,
well, we
In the
did send a
hearing document.
notice, yeah.
okay, 10 o'clock, and what was it again, 8?
8821443,
That the property owners, correct?
yes.
8821443, okay, yeah, so it is in the 10 a.m. docket. And we can,
Yeah, it's, you'll found it.
in the 10,
Yes.
yeah.
It's on the right column, second to last from the bottom. 8821443. See it, Joanne? Looking on your tablet, Joe.
Oh,
Then you go tab.
Okay, so, you go into that folder. There are 3 files. One says ACAT evidence, one says property owner motion to correct, and the other says taxpayer evidence, and let's start with the property owner motion.
Well, yeah, really, that's all we're looking at. There wasn't a hearing, so it's just a matter of Mike reading the property owner motion and y'all saying yay or nay off of that. Kind of like we just did all those chief appraiser motions.
Remember, there's three categories, okay? Got it? So
Yep.
let's read the property owner's motion to correct. Val, you'll have to remind me, did we agree with this sentiment?
Pritchard and Abbott are the ones, and they said they agreed.
Okay, good. I'm gonna read the property owner's motion to correct for correction of appraisal. Is everybody on that page? It says TR Offshore LLC, suspend unknown interest, at account number 8821443. It's an error of ownership of a property for tax years 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. The described interest, this interest is owned by the Texas General Land Office, PO Box. Gives the address right there. The effective date of the ownership is 1/1/19. The correction has been made for 2023. We request the ownership correction to be made for the above listed years. So this was brought to our attention by Richard Navitt, which is our business personal, they're our mineral appraiser, and they're saying, yeah, this particular individual brought something to their attention and they agree with it. So this person rendered what's called a property owner's motion correct. And the district's position is that we do not dispute this claim. So you should be motion.
Okay, make a motion. In reference to appraisal district property, ID 8821443. That the ARB approve the property owner's motion to correct. Listen.
Ron seconds, okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. And let me ask, just as an aside, process wise, the only reason this came in is the property owner motion corrected because they beat you to the punch of, it could have been a chief appraiser motion corrected. You had submitted the correction.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a true statement. There's sometimes we'll get the joint motions if the property owner or the owner's agent is here and we can sign it both, then we're in agreement that we make that claim together. There's also the,
Joint motion is only for value.
yeah.
You
joint motion.
can't correct an ownership or something through joint motion.
Okay.
So that's the other reason.
Yeah, I understand joint and then. But chief appraiser motion,
Chief appraiser and property owner motions have the same list of things like the clerical error, the ownership, the property didn't exist on the roll. There's 5 things they can correct.
And so, beat us to the punch.
yeah. Okay,
Okay, I just need to make a statement. Well, this is my first year to be appointed as a secretary. And I don't always move anywhere. So I appreciate your patience with me. And if I'm excluding something, throw in that information if it's a appraisal or if it's a appraisal or which is a. I just ask y'all to please bear with me as I go through this new position.
That's how they all. I think,
Behind it is that it's better you than us.
Okay, I think we have addressed, at least agenda item 13, 14, and 15. Which are motions to correct.
We haven't done the joint motions yet.
We haven't?
Oh. No, yeah.
That is 15.
Yeah, do we have any?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we've done 13 and 14.
And I'll remind you that joint motions to correct are just a report. You don't have to make a motion to approve them.
Because the district and the citizen have already put their hand. We're just telling you that we agree on this. Okay? So I'm gonna go over that report really quickly. The first one is the joint motion to correct, if everybody's on that first page. Patricia Peck, you can see that the corrected value, market value should be corrected to the indicated 238,540 due to pending interior repairs. Next page, you can see Jurassic Holdings. That value was corrected to 825,000. The next one is Clinton Mary Medill. The MA and the PC were incorrectly put on this property. The next one,
What is?
MA is main area and PC is the porch covered. So on this particular property, looks like we have a duplicate, but that's this very next one. And then, this Jurassic Holdings, it's different. This is a correction for a different account number for 1.250000, so 1.25 million for this particular property. The next one is Lynn Marie Collins. It looks like for account number 70226. Class change from commercial to residential building, and building has been converted into residential structure. The previous balance was 201 and change, down 270,000 and change. Owner has applied for exemption. So this is the case where you had a metal structure and didn't know it was being used for living space, and you go, oh yeah, part of this is used for living space, because they turn in an application for a residence homestead. And we're like, we don't have a residence on the property. And we're like, we need to know where that is. So we agree. Okay. The next one is Gary Crawford, appraisal district verified for owner's application for a homestead. This barn is designated as a living space. Another one of the same conditions, like you have a structure that looks like a commercial structure, or not used for a residential structure. And he applied for a homestead.
That's how we catch them.
Well, yeah, sometimes, or that the district, yeah. The first one was for 2022, and the second one is for 2021. I guess that might have been the reason that we had duplicates. Let me go back and look. Mary Medill. Yeah, I'm sorry, the Clinton Mary Medill. I said it was a duplicate, but it wasn't. One was for tax year 2022, one was for tax year 2021. Sorry, I missed that, guys. All right, we're coming down and we are at Gary Crawford again. This is in 2021. So now we should be on page, let's see, page 9 is what I have. Page 9 is Jody Eugene Savage. 8822140 mobile home was on property in 2021 and 2022. It needs to be added to the roll. So these people brought it to our attention. Hey, there's a mobile home here. It's probably tied to another one of those. I want to apply for a homestead. Internal Medicine Associates, 88236565. The incorrect value was 0. The correct value was $8,200. The new account was added in 2022 per rendered value after certification. And those are your joint motions to correct.
And I do need to correct myself. I just reread the code and it does look like you need to make a motion. I was incorrect in that.
It is a report, but it's,
Okay,
you accept it.
so I am going to make a motion that we accept the joint motion to correct incorrect appraised values on ID number 31896. 47860. 56191. 56191 for a different year. 59408. 70226. 8819794. 8819794 for our different year. 8822140. 8823635. That's it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, joint motions are accepted. All right, at this point, we have some discussion about scheduling.
Are you gonna do like the housekeeping schedule?
Yes.
Do we want to do the presentation supplements? Run through that real quick.
Sure, that's fine. Number 12.
Yeah, item number 12, it's the folder on the right at the top. And many of the things that we just discussed in both joint and chiefs and property owners, corrections to the role will be on this list. But if you look at the very first one, it's a summary of certified role changes. And you'll see chief appraiser's motion to correct, homestead cap recovery, property added to role, homestead cap loss, arbitration settlements. You'll see changes to the role and individual role changes by group member. If you have a freeze calculation, that's done, there's no impact to the role.
Which one are we doing?
It's the first one, it's
Certified role change.
yes, it's supplements.
Yeah.
And it's certified role changes. That's the easiest one to look at. So you can see that this thing is a couple of pages, 3 pages long,
Mhm.
and you're welcome to look through there. These are reasons that we would change the role after your certification. And Sandy, you're not familiar with this, but what happens is essentially, if you could think about certification as a scroll, like you roll up a scroll, and then basically your ARB puts your seal on that scroll, like with a signet ring. And the only reason that you open it is for the reasons described that you vote on later. Okay, just like we did with this people who came today, we were able to change the role for 5 years in the past.
Right.
Basically, what you did is you broke open the scroll and you made the change and you sealed it back up and everybody put their wax on it and put their seal back on it. That's really what you're doing.
And these are changes to the actual values that the appraisal district put forth for those years. There are also late applications for homestead exemptions and other types of exemptions that will reduce taxable value, but those aren't shown here, the actual taxable changes.
I'll be glad to answer any questions that you look at that.
Do we have to vote on this also?
Yes.
So the red is a reduction.
Yes.
The black is an increase.
So, I'm just curious. Let's see what it says in lawsuit. It's on the second page. Second page. Group 449 certified roads.
Yeah, lawsuit.
Is that someone sued the county of the appraisal district for a reduction in one, so to speak?
Yeah, it's either that or there was what's called a So many of the local judges, they mandate mediation. And so before you go to trial, they make you sit in a room or make you sit in a Zoom room. And make you try to hash it out. Sometimes you can come to an agreement, sometimes you can't. This is probably for a pretty big property right here because the value is so large.
So this would be like, okay, we make a ruling and then it's against what they wanted. And so they can then appeal that's what this is, right?
Right, for a lawsuit requires that they have an ARB order determination. If they don't get to sue unless they've been heard by the ARB. So in one of two cases, you deny their protest or you approve their protest, but they don't think enough. In both cases, they can sue the district for value or equity. And in this case, when you see a reduction, you see a lawsuit that either we said, hey, it's not in our best, it's not in, I'm making decisions, this district is making decisions whether to move forward with the lawsuit, or if we don't think that there's enough delta there that it warrants the money that's being spent on the lawsuit defense, if that makes sense. It's just not a good use of public resources. So I'm making those decisions all the time. This is one that, yeah, that we either came to an agreement on, or I can't remember any lawsuit.
Now, I think most of them are agreed judgments that come through as that.
Yeah.
So you need a motion that we approve the certified road changes and assessed value.
For the certain group, that you can do by group
Okay.
numbers, like 44 through 459 if you want.
Right.
Or for.
It would, yeah, be for the supplemental records that we're submitting.
Supplemental records that we submitted.
Yeah, supplemental changes to the record.
Okay.
You can take your time, I mean, you wanna look through these. And there's a lot there, we haven't met, I mean, the ARB has not met in a while, so.
You're ready for a motion?
I am, and you might wanna use what isn't that usually what you do? Might wanna read that in the record.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the order, that the ARB approve order approving supplemental appraisal records for groups 444 through 459.
Second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Yeah, that carries.
Right. Now you have housekeeping issues. Right? At least started. I'm gonna use. Let you get started on that.
I need to get that letter back with it.
This is blank. Calendar.
Yes, it's just blank. It's just for your reference.
Oh, we
Because
don't
as
have,
we're talking about dates and things,
It's not completely blank, there's
we
two.
don't have to.
Yeah. We do have the, no. This is for our own planning.
Did you count already? Yeah.
When do the yellow notices go out?
What's that?
When do the yellow notices go out?
We are hoping, that they'll go out in the latter part of April.
Okay.
Or possibly the first part of May, but we
Just
are,
wondered, I want to be sitting down and open.
yeah.
Not exactly, I think at this point.
No, maybe we might come up with a day here in this,
Leave today.
yeah, in this housekeeping schedule portion. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you do that.
Thank you.
I'll get one together.
You heard me, Dick?
Yeah, Peggy's like.
You forgot it.
I did. I forgot to print that out. I tell you, it takes a little bit to get back in the swing of things.
Yes, it does.
Which that's in
Yeah.
Yesterday, I woke up at 9:30. And I was like, oh my goodness. This morning.
The dump trucks didn't wake you up?
No, they were late, they were late.
Man, they try to slam a little gate. Loud as it is, don't.
Thank you.
And I thought, oh, I'm really.
I don't think they're working out there today.
2012, moving on last year.
Okay, housekeeping wise,
Yeah, so we put that on the agenda. I've got a few things up there. So one thing that came up actually during this meeting that I hadn't really thought about, but that I want to remind y'all about, kind of caution you about. Mike and I went to conference in February, and that's for all the appraisal districts that want to participate. And so in one of the sessions that I was in, it came up about the ARV in relation to the property owner. Most districts have gone to this kind of setup that we have, like with a tablet or something. But the things that happen with them, in fact, one district pulled the tablets because they had gotten a lot of complaints from property owners saying the ARB isn't paying attention to us. They're just looking at their computer, you know, and you can see, especially with the touch screens, you know, the fingers doing this, and that the ARB is otherwise engaged. So the implications with the tablets are you have the information there, but you know, you say your oath at the beginning that you haven't communicated about it. So while we're going through the preamble and everything, you shouldn't be on your tablet looking at what's coming up, because that's kind of like we're communicating with you about the case before the property owner has a chance to say anything. And it's on camera too. And we do have some kind of watchdogs in the community that might look for something like that. So we want to be very careful of that.
this is inside, have you ever gotten any comments from anybody?
Not that
about
I know
Comments from what now?
of.
From
The public.
the protesters or property owners that were not being attentive or, you know, spending too much time staring at the screen?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that like a sentiment that it's like not gonna matter, nobody listens to me anyway. And I think it was an all-inclusive term. They directed it at the district and both the ARB because they don't distinguish, even though you make a point to say, we don't work for the district, now you're saying we don't work for the district or the entities. It just kind of goes over their head. They're saying, like, they didn't even listen to me, weren't even paying attention. Well, they could be referring to me, but I've heard general statements that were all inclusive. So it's important that you continue to, I mean, you can only do what you can do. Like you as an ARB, as a chair, you can only say the things that you, and if they don't hear that, I don't know what to do with that.
And you know, I take that as they probably didn't get what they came in here for. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them have gotten what they came in for, and you don't want to go this.
Well, some of them also came in with low expectations and realized that when they, well, I know, work, but
And there are
You
cases,
know, didn't we have one that asked us if we were actually from this county?
yeah. And there's a fine line you walk to, and I try and be sensitive or at least understanding where you try and explain stuff to an extent, and when it's very obvious that it doesn't matter what you say, they're not grasping it, or they don't want to grasp what the implications are.
And I know what Val is saying is really important
It
because,
is.
yeah, you bet it is, because these days. Everybody's looking at their cell phone. They're not communicating. So that's just essentially what she's talking about. When we're doing this and not listening to them. And I think.
Yeah, well, and they tell us that in the book is, you know,
I just
eye
read that.
contact.
Okay, so yeah, just
Something.
just a reminder. Beth has just completed a lot of statistics for our 2022 ARB season. And so we thought y'all would be interested in seeing that and kind of get you prepared for probably a bit of an increase this year over 2022. And I can read that off if y'all want, or if you just want to read over it.
I can attest to the fact that there was 727 times less time and order.
Data is provided by Ben.
Mhm.
Piccadilly.
That's right. Hey, that's a big one. I hadn't heard that.
Thank
Heard
you.
them all, Scott.
Thank you.
We have-
How did you have?
Wait, go back 1 second to the previous page.
Yeah.
Thanks for putting that together.
Yes, that's very good.
Okay, so. The 429 no-shows were out of
1,669.
schedule, okay. Okay. So that's 429, that's 25%. No-shows,
Yes.
am I reading it right about?
Mhm.
Something like that.
Sounds like, yeah, about a quarter of them.
Mhm. And for whatever reason, it seemed like the beginning of the season was a higher percentage. Yeah,
Yes.
for whatever
Do you
reason.
wonder why people bother? Well, bother the focus if they're not going to.
And some may have been settled, right?
Well, this was 429 true no-shows, 513 settled.
Oh, that's in there, yeah.
And so
Yeah, that was-
you're right, and unfortunately, this, you can't ask them, right? It's like,
Why bother if they're not going to show?
yeah.
Or maybe they think it'll happen.
I think what happens is they look at it, they say, I'm filing, and they go in and file. And then they start doing the research. and
That's
realize
very
that,
true.
oh
Yeah.
my God, I better shut up and do it better.
I think that's it.
Okay, I'm
If
sorry.
if you want to know what this number is, it's 513 were settled or withdrawn. That represents 21% of that total number. The 21% is the 513. 429 is no shows, that's probably somewhere in the 15% of the total number of protests. And 25%, because these are no shows, they were actually hearings, so this is actually represents a higher number, it's 25, roughly 25%. Yeah. But 21% were settled outside of your,
So that 69, that's how many we thought?
that's how many protests were scheduled.
Oh, okay. So if you take these two away from it. So we saw about 800.
That was What was the number, 700?
That's still dealing with just the actual
This is the
hearing.
schedules.
Uh-huh.
There were 316 in-person hearings,
Oh, there it is.
367. 204, 156, that total is 727. So this is what you actually did.
I believe it.
Now, on the protest form is are two checkboxes. So one thing, I think you had the number, single member panels. Would be interesting, both in terms of how many requested and how many actually we heard. There appears to be a little bit of an emphasis or renewed emphasis on informal conferences. And they can specify that as a checkbox on the protest form. And if they request that, it needs to be dealt with sometime prior to the hearing. They can't, and I think one of the things that the district is looking at is the possibility of how to handle people that come in. And we noticed that they did ask for an informal conference, and it needs to be handled before the hearing. They're asked whether they want to proceed with that, right? And I got that right. And so anyway, there is that aspect that may help increase the number that are dealt with outside of the formal hearing process. Has a little bit of an impact in terms of scheduling because and you guys don't necessarily see this, but on the notice of protest, there is a mention of the first come first served nature of dealing with people for hearings. And since there may be cases where people get taken out of the queue to go deal with an informal conference and then come back into the queue, there may be a little bit of adjustments that take place on the day of hearings. I'm done. Thank you. That's good information.
Okay. And then we have a graph showing the last 5 years.
Mhm.
And it just shows you how much it's gone up from 2018. Some every year. And then the other thing I put on there was the just a clear calendar, except for the days that Pritchard and Abbott have already scheduled their hearings for, so that we can kind of talk about even what our next meeting will be. We want to try to schedule for the public hearing and the adoption of the procedures, and then just kind of generally what our schedule will be for the summer.
I'll also interject to give you guys the option. It has been the case for the last number of years, doesn't have to be the case, but we meet or have been meeting Monday through Thursday, with Friday off, through the protest season. If that's fine with you guys, we'll leave it that way, or if somebody wants to suggest that we do Thursday off and Friday meet, whatever.
You did it Monday through Thursday.
Oh, me too. I like that.
There is one
Yeah.
Friday at least with the Pritchard and Abbott, and then we also have at least one Saturday.
Which is very lowly attended. In the years past, we've had 1 or 2 people show on Saturday, so. Is that right? We've had as many as 8 scheduled, but.
I think we just can't form it. I'll
Yeah.
remember.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, so coming up, appraisal notices are you're shooting to get those out, mailed out, when, you know?
mid-April, so that they can get their notices, by May, because we have to get in the queue, we have to get in the line with,
Your printers.
250 other appraisal districts. There's 300 and some odd appraisal districts out there. But this credit vendor probably does a good 200 of them, And so we just get in line, we get our stuff, we hit our button, and that's all, that's a moving target. We never really know from the standpoint because we're always doing analysis and modification to land tables and neighborhoods until our appraisal staff communicates with me that, hey, we feel good about this ratio within the county. Go ahead and push, we call it push the button. So push the button means to start the process through certification. And that whole thing takes a day and a half, 2 days, just to get it to the printer.
Okay, so just from a lining up the ducks. People can protest, they can receive protests here the day after people receive them, okay? Now, even if, and let's just say for the purpose of discussion, that notices are mailed on the 12th and people get them on the 14th or something like that. They could receive protests here as early as
The 17th.
or 7th, right? However, it's still that's when the clock starts, and potentially, and I keep trying to hedge my bets here, potentially the district could schedule a hearing, but there's a 15-day lead time required there because there has to be the production of evidence and the mailing of that, delivery of that evidence to the protester. Okay, so worst case scenario, it would be, somewhere around the end of the month, or the 1st of May, that we would have a hearing as a result of a protest.
Because I'm gone the majority of it.
Okay.
You can't tell me.
Not gone.
In favor or?
Oh.
They didn't tell you that. Okay. So as it now relates back to when we have another hearing, our next hearing, or meeting. Aside from dealing with the public meeting and procedures, are there any other anticipated actions that need to take place?
Yes, we do have a hearing that still needs to take place.
We'll want to take care of that on the same day that we're doing a public meeting.
Mhm.
So, and I would suggest that, have we sent the information out today?
No,
We can't for 15 days.
right. So the meeting has to be at least 15 days out
Right.
from there.
It's just a single hearing that you know of, or are there more?
Well, depending on what we get back from the other one that we're gonna send a notice of protest to. But that would have to be then scheduled 15 days out, so.
The public,
As a result of the letter that we
Right.
responded, yes, okay.
the public hearing can actually be a separate meeting. We can actually do that the first week of April if you want to.
I would rather do it as part of another regular hearing day. Rather than bring people in just for that purpose.
Well,
That's my preference, but
we're the 29th today, so 15 days, you're looking at the 13th.
Well, and yeah, we need a couple of days to get prepared.
So the 17th of April.
And we can't put anything on here. We can't do.
No,
I'm gone. On the 7th.
and that's.
I'll
that's
make the
okay.
notes, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. You get the-
Then I'm gone from the 14th to the 20th.
Okay,
You want to have the public hearing on your procedures at least by the 17th so that you can mail them to everybody and we can, that'll probably give us enough time, or maybe the 18th. What do you think, Val?
Yeah, sometime that week would be good.
The 17th through the 20th, we should have a meeting that would handle both the public hearing and whatever few hearings, like 1 or 2 or 3 that you may have. And then at that time, we're gonna have some information about, at that time, we'll know like whether we push the button, and we'll have a pretty good expectation of when we'll start receiving those. And it'll be upon you at that point. It's either gonna be starting the week of the 24th, and the week of May 1st for sure, you're gonna be having, but you may be starting full board. Even though there's a 2-week lag, you have people that can send their protest in and they'll sign the waiver of the 15 days, because we'll give them their evidence right then. So you should expect May 1st, like, to be going.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna throw out a date of April 19th. Middle of that week, to deal with the public meeting and the hearing or hearings that may come up between now and then.
And we'll have more supplements at that point.
Yep,
Also, would you do the resolution to adopt on that same day? That's how we did it last time.
yes, I don't see any reason.
Okay.
I think the probability of having to react to any changes is pretty small. A, because people don't show up, or then that, and B, the changes we're talking about are, they're minor compared to what we did, last year. So that would be my intent, is to have public hearing and adopt.
So our next meeting is the 19th.
That's my suggestion. You guys,
It's on the calendar.
8:30,
you could care less.
8:30?
Yeah. And I'm thinking it's just gonna be a half day,
Mhm.
just the morning.
Right.
I'm open all day, whatever we gotta do.
Thank you. I'm fine. Just don't make it before that.
Okay, anything else? May? You don't want, you can't do anything.
And yeah,
It
and
looks like you're thinking.
Just a preliminary, you think May 1st will be going?
yeah, and they, Mike or Val or somebody can let me know if the notices are either delayed, not delayed, come out early, or whatever the case might be, to give us a better sense of when things are gonna crank up.
Tentatively starting from.
I would say that,
So the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right?
yes.
Except there'll be one Friday or two and.
Yeah,
and a Saturday.
just the code says we gotta have at least one Saturday session, and I think typically we've done that in July.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've done it late, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Pritchett and Abbott is on what I see, it's shown on the 30th of June.
Right,
And that's for the minerals accounts.
yes.
Another one on the 13th, but that's a good case.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm good for whatever days we need.
Okay.
okay.
We are eagerly, we just are ready to go to work.
Sounds, looks like.
So we're gonna do that, and then like.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah, it depends. Now, they'll schedule typically 7 or 8, I forget what the magic number is, for a docket. You try and schedule 7 or 8 hearings. And some number of those get settled out of court. Some number of them are no
So it
shows.
may lock into the afternoon.
We generally, I don't think we ever had maybe 1 or 2 cases where we slopped into the next docket. The challenge with that is that if somebody is waiting for longer than 2 hours for their hearing, they are entitled to a reschedule. And we only had 1 reschedule that resulted as a
I
result of
think
that.
I've got a doctor's appointment on that Tuesday, and I think I'm just reading this.
And that's fine, as long as we know.
As long as we have the floor.
Yeah, because we actually.
Great.
But it's long, it's 2:30 and it's in work, so I'm gonna have to be out of here by 1.
If you come in for the morning, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Sure, sure. And the big thing is, so we know, and the farther ahead we know, from the whole board standpoint, okay, if we had a certain day where 3 of the 5 of us were gonna be gone, then the only impact of that is just that they're not gonna schedule hearings for that,
Right.
okay? Not a big deal, and it's just,
I
they
don't think
think
that's ever happened.
hasn't.
Last year.
No, I don't think it has. As long as there's 3 of us here, we can continue. We don't worry about it.
I don't think we.
Maybe.
Well, there's one person that's on some. I don't know where they're.
Okay, that was.
So there was,
So before we break for lunch, so we don't have to go through the clunky thing of getting all the way out and going back in with, because we upload evidence all the time, like right at the last minute when people come in. So to refresh, Beth said the trick is go below that first bar line that you'll see, like below where it says
Here.
mark. And you just pull down, and when you see that circle go, that means it's
Yeah,
refreshed.
it worked for me.
okay, so it's refreshing.
Yeah.
I just went all the
It's
way.
right here.
Just as long as you're below the bar.
Yeah.
Then just.
That means you're
Okay.
refreshed.
Okay. Here's maybe what was
And then.
multiple five, not actually in the five.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Yeah. Okay. I won't remember, but it's.
So when we do leave, the leave was set. And
I believe so.
then they click back.
They'll go to a black screen and it starts to go into power save mode. It'll go to a black screen.
Pull down. Okay, so.
Yeah, mine's full. That'll be something different.
Mine's,
It's down a little bit.
yeah, it's down.
That said, maybe if you close it, it will help preserve. I don't know.
But once it goes to the black screen, there's.
Right.
So
Just push the.
you just push the outside button. And then you push the outside button.
Yeah.
We still got. We got.
It's great. We're doing the whole day.
If you're.
Okay.
Want to recess until after lunch?
Yes, we'll recess and come back at 1:30.
At 1:30, okay.
Okay, I am going to mute us. So we're adjourned for now, we're recessed. Okay. No.
Well, I mean, just until y'all are done.
Yeah.
We didn't get past.
We won't put it up on the
Yeah.
Because then, I just want to make sure I'm doing this.
Well,
I'm taking my job very seriously.
yeah, that's fine. The hearing we did this morning was really atypical.
Okay.
When we get into regular hearings, protest
Then we
hearings.
do all of this.
Yes.
Everybody showed up
That's all.
for the 10 o'clock. We got about here.
That's good.
And then be back at 1:30.
So,
A lot of that depends on the.
sounds like every month.
If we get into it, it'll be every week.
Okay, for how long a period, or is it?
And it's all day.
And then those gonna be all day. Some of them will run past. popcorn. Yeah.
Yeah, the one night I had something to do after.
Yeah, but that was.
That was, it's like, it couldn't be heavy as. May, June? No, it was erratic, it was real.
May, June, July, and part.
I'm going.
And, dealing with single protests for, property owners is one set. We'll also have agents that come in with, a briefcase full of stuff. And
Yeah.
those,
They'll take long.
they can, okay, there certainly will blast through a lot of them. And I, without being persnickety about agents, some agents do well in presenting evidence, others do not. And it's very, it happens in many cases, their colors shine through and knowledge of the county, right? And they have a Houston mentality and don't realize that when you're 10 miles away from something, it's like a different world down here, right? And dealing with South Rockport and Key Allegro or Lamar, it's
Totally different.
very different,
Yeah,
right?
sometimes they don't do their research.
Yeah, and so, you know, when you
It
see
shows.
comps that are at different ends of the county, it's,
Yeah.
it goes back to how you, the weight that you put against evidence and that. Type of thing. So anyway, we'll have days where we'll blast through, 20, 30 cases or more, and those are, a lot of them are, when we get into dealing with agents.
That's okay. No, actually, everything that I'm doing this year is after August, except for this one in April. So it's-
Oh, okay.
Some entertainment.
So back at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
One question, I saw something on the compensation, was that being changed to quarterly or what was being done on that?
Yes, it is being changed. The board of directors asked that we do that.
Okay.
So
So
we
we
will
will
be,
be quarterly now?
yes, rather than just one time at the end of the year.
We're being paid.
Yeah.
You never told me that.
It's in the fine print,
It's not a lot.
Yeah, I'm getting excited.
just enough to get you the next tax.
That's
That's exactly.
Oh,
what it
no.
is.
$100 per view,
My,
$100 a
Yeah.
day.
Technically,
15 in the
it's,
Oh,
afternoon.
my
Yeah.
goodness. Go to France.
There you go.
oh.
Okay, let's get out of here. So we can take something to eat.
1:30, see y'all.
Thank you, everybody.
I don't know, someplace with a different. Yes.
You deliver everything reading?
Well, he gave me a shot in the knee and it was like, oh, so. But then a couple of days ago, it started hurting. So I'm going to see them together. It's just when I start to walk that it's like,
Jennifer has it for, but this-
yeah, Jennifer was fun.
and she's been doing therapy at Dr. Hawkins and it's helped a lot. So
Well,
just keep that in mind.
I have to do that. I don't have to have another knee replacement. He said I still have a lot of space, which is good.
live. Okay,
What was there was some movie where they were on horses and everything, different, and I go, on bounce.
We have something going on?
Yeah,
No?
sorry. We have, hearings at 1:30, but nothing that we're discussing.
No, we do have 1:30 stuff, right?
You look like you lost weight. Looks good. You feel good, I hope.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not like,
Change my age.
Right.
Amen will be interesting.
Okay.
It's not, I mean, that's just caffeine.
That keeps you going.
Yeah, how do you feel staying on?
left side.
Should be on the left side, right where your finger is.
Okay.
Right.
Do I need this? Do I need this? This is fine. Right now. Do I need
That's
this?
the agenda.
Yeah, this is just,
There. There you go.
Welcome back.
Wait a minute, what are we doing?
just to let you know.
I switch with Amy.
These, yeah, I don't know if you wanted to do or not. They're just affidavit.
Let me see what this is.
We can switch, Ray, if you want. All right.
Well, one's a short-term rental. That's a Jackie thing, isn't it?
But the two that I'm looking at,
Where are the? Those,
Page 7. Basically.
Then there's other things that, oh, when you're not there. 1:30 docket,
I can't find it there, okay.
under number 6.
Four. I counted right. Just amazing.
Amazing.
You need to have to take your shoes off.
I know.
Well, nobody's here. How long will we give them?
We can go ahead and start.
These are affidavits.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing here where it says account number 19009.
Yeah.
And then there's. Never mind. Okay, I see. This is my first time to use the thing. Yeah, Eamon, let's switch. Okay. And
Are we starting with 19009?
you guys, can, whatever you want.
Yeah, let's do them in order.
Swear in for both accounts. At the same time, because they're on one,
Yeah, they're all one affidavit. And it's right there. Got
Which one?
Oh, okay.
1 o'clock.
Okay, so the boss said we're gonna do case 2405. 2405.
Which is,
Page H.
It's on page 8 and. Okay, and also, it's 2404, so we're gonna do both. We'll swear in for both 2404, which is on bottom page 7, and 2405, which is at the top of
Hi,
page 8.
Amy.
hello.
And
Did you miss us?
I think Peggy missed us.
Bonnie, I didn't answer that.
Just trying to read that.
okay, and both of these are affidavits.
2405 is first,
We'll do 2404 first,
okay,
and we'll do 2405 second.
okay, sounds good to me.
And
Want to keep them in order.
1909 is the,
2404.
yep. Okay, and that is affidavit, and the other one just corrects is 34187, 34187, and it looks like that's affidavit only as well. Okay, excellent. Okay, so a couple things before I get rolling here. These are 2525D corrections, roll corrections. And if you recall, The way those are handled is we deal with the hearing just like we would do with a normal hearing. Make a determination and then apply the formula to see whether or not, and in this case, both of these are not homesteads. So that means it's a 33% correction required. Okay, are we ready to rule?
Yes.
Okay, we pull out the right. Are you okay with this?
All three are new.
Okay.
Okay, so if you go into the, where are you at?
I'm just on the home screen.
Okay, so we're gonna go into the March 29th hearings.
Oh, it's a year.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
it's
fine.
on the, okay.
Okay,
No,
Said we're starting first.
Yeah, it's fine.
Which one are we starting with?
we're gonna do 19009. All right, we're gonna commence two hearings. We'll swear in for both at one time, and then I'll announce each one as we go into it. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify exactly what's under protest. So. Oh, yeah, we'll do that when we get into the hearing, sorry. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. The protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. And in this case, I know there's a little bit of evidence. Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it applies to case ID 2022-2404 and 2405.
I, Katie Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another individual concerned, in violation of tax code 21.66F in reference to case number 2405 and 2404.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to 2405 and 2404.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case ID 2404 and 2405.
I, Sandy Swanson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. Yeah.
And we have to do that. The other members.
Yeah, so understood.
We're on
2404, 2405.
in regards to 2404 and 2405.
I am Burton, solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present. The appraisal review board of the Ramsey County Appraisal District is true and correct for cases 2404 and 24.
Okay, district representative will now read the affidavit into the record, please.
Do I
You can just do the identification stuff. I don't think you need to go into, you don't need to go in.
I don't need to read the motion. The motion was already dealt with before. Am I correct?
Oh, I need to open it. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2404, account number 19009, which is Fulton Town Site Block 11, Lot 11R. And we'll verify under protest is incorrect.
Incorrect appraised market value in other 25.25.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, so the motion is the request for the hearing, so I'll just go into the, evidence, the affidavit of evidence, okay. So, yeah, the owner, this is account 19009, the owner is K&K Hospitality LLC. Their address is 5909 Lego Vista Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. This property is 1006 FM 3036, Rockport, Texas 78382, Fulton Town Site Block 11, Lot 11R. They've protested reasons being incorrect appraised market value and under 2525B. Really a reason for protest, it's a statute for requesting a hearing, which we have. Section 4, evidence is one packet. The requested value is $1,458,059. Pretty specific. Section 6, they don't intend to appear at the hearing. This affidavit is what's going to represent them here today. Signed in Bear County by Benjamin Thomas, who's with Paladin Tax Consultants LLC. All right. Okay, so they have an equal and uniform analysis here. This is a little different than we used to see. So they've got a couple different hotels. They get the Lighthouse Inn, the La Quinta, the Hampton, and the Days Inn. It's got their addresses, their 2020 revenues, the 2021 appraised value, and then the 21 revenues and the 22 appraised values. Okay. Get a median gross rent multiplier. 2.46 for 21 and 1.77 for 22. And why are they using? Oh, I see. Okay, and so they're wanting to use the 1.77 for the subject. That's where their number comes from. Their revenue was 823,882. And the next is an excerpt from the Hotel Performance Fact Book from Source Strategies. This is all hotels and motels and Airbnbs and everything are required to report their revenue and their occupancy to the state. And it's public information. So we buy it in this format in this company. They put together the data in a way that everybody uses this. And let's see, where is it?
but it is 2021.
Yeah, this is the 2021 annual, which is what you would use for the 22 appraisal, prior 12 months. And where is it? It is the Motel 6. It's kind of ways down, and yep, 823,882 for the year was their revenue.
So this is for the Motel 6.
This is for the Motel 6.
Okay.
This is the one out on.
3036.
Just before you get to 45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then they have section 2525. Okay, yep, 2525 is what we're doing. All right, what are they doing with the unequal appraisal? The appraisal district is, this is true even if the appraised or market value as determined by the appraisal district is correct. So this is the equal, it's explaining the equal and uniform statute, saying that the equity test isn't necessarily a test grounding in reality. It's just a little process that you go through, and if the number's lower, it gets lower. That's how it works. Okay. All right, I think that's it. That's their evidence. They just haven't, it's an equal and uniform grid.
In the, let me ask you, Evan, on their grid, they're coming up with a 1.77. Are they just averaging?
They're averaging the gross rent multiplier, which is their appraised values compared to their revenues.
Okay, and the one that evidently was used in the calculation, come up with the Appraised value was 2.49.
No, it was 1.77.
No, that's the,
I see, we do not use a gross rent.
okay,
I would never do that.
so they put it on their grid.
Mhm.
Oh, so they were backing into that GRM by using their actual revenue and saying, what would the GRM need to be to get to the value?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
They're saying,
got
well,
it.
this is our dollar value per revenue. You know, the one that really sticks out, is gonna stick out really far, is gonna be the Lighthouse Inn, for sure. Because their revenues are extremely high.
Well, look at their
Extremely
location.
high. Yeah, well, even for their location, their occupancy is extremely high, their revenue is extremely high. They have to have some kind of secondary income that we don't know about. I mean, something's creating an enormous amount of income for them. It's not even explained by their rent for the rooms. So,
They do have a restaurant.
yeah, it's something like that.
And assume.
So-
Restaurants,
The,
Sell a lot of stuff at their bar.
their bar.
yeah, the other thing that's going on is this is a really unnuanced way to look at these properties, so it's not gonna take into account the fact that they're under different taxing jurisdictions. The higher the taxes are, the less the property is gonna be valued. It doesn't take into account that some of these have more valuable flags than others, like the Motel 6 has a valuable flag.
Yeah.
And they pay franchise fees as a result of that. So it's just not, it is too much of a back of the envelope type of calculation. So let's look at. Finance. Okay, so the first thing that I'll point out is that this property was a sale. This was purchased on February 22nd of 2022. It was an open market sale, sold to an arm's length to somebody that's not the owner or his family member or whatever. They bought this and the one other hotel together for $6.7 million. So those two properties we have for 2022, about $5 million put together. So one's about 2 and one's about 2.9. So we're at 5 million out of a $6.7 million transaction. We don't want to be at 100% of this, because like I said, some of that value is that it's a Motel 6. But we're still pretty far out. So if you look at our income worksheet, which is page 4, it shows there's a line that says effective gross income. It's at the bottom of the second set of boxes. Oh yeah, nice. Got it here. That number right there. That would be their revenue. So all things being equal, if we want to look at their revenue and see if it's overperforming or underperforming what we think it's doing, we're comparing those numbers to what is in that fact book. And they're doing about $150,000 a year more than that. Probably because it's a Motel 6. But that's where it came from. And then we do have an equity grid. So go down to the next page right there. So what we do is scroll down just a little bit. So there's actually some case law here dealing with the fact that when you're doing the comparison of income value properties, that you shouldn't be comparing cost characteristics. You should be comparing things that are in the income approach to value. So if a property is really nice, like we talked about before with the other one, maybe they would charge more in rent, or they would have less vacancy or higher expenses or whatever. All that would get reflected in here. And the equal and uniform clause is saying, well, we don't want you to treat any properties differently. Well, we're not. Their lease rate is identical, the vacancy is identical, the expenses are identical, the cap rate's identical. And any differences between these properties should be adjusted within these things, and any appropriate adjustment to this Motel 6 over the Quality Inn, Econo Lodge, or the Best Value Inn would just make it. And that's it. We have a 10 cap on hotels.
So the market value in the district is defined in 1,617,780.
That was 2021. So for 22, it was 2,049,320.
2 million. $249, okay. He's. And he wants, or they want 1,458,000 or 59. Right,
That's their opinion.
that's their opinion.
Yes.
David, do you have any explanation for the increase from 21 to 22?
I believe. No, I don't actually. Remember. Let me- It was. What did you do? Oh. I think it was wrong. Check. Yeah, I think that value the prior year was after, and it wasn't the notice value, and it was based on, it not being open all year. It was
Because of COVID?
because of COVID. It was a law. They were not allowed to exceed 50% occupancy. So nobody did.
But even now, you're still showing 45%. Well, slightly above 50, right?
Where are they at? They are currently.
In your grids.
They are currently, oh yeah, that's for the market average. The subject is 57% occupied. But it was less than that the year prior. Everybody was lower in 2021 or 2020, sorry.
Mhm. Just- So. Here's this.
Board is really loud. Sorry.
Motel secretary.
Yes.
For the prior year, make sure I'm looking at this correctly, it was 1,617,780.
Yes.
And that was because it was only 50% occupied because of COVID.
Yeah. So that prior year was January 1st of 2021. So we're still in the middle of a pandemic. There were still regulations against occupancy. And to be honest, to this day, the hotel and motel market hasn't done super well. Everybody's scared they're gonna make it illegal to fill your hotel again, basically. That's why the big increase year over year.
That's a big jump.
Well, COVID was a bad year. 2020 was a pretty whack year.
Yeah.
We noticed.
Yeah.
And you don't use a gross rent multiplier.
No, we use what's called the direct capitalization approach. So the gross rent multiplier is it doesn't take into account enough detail to produce any kind of reliable measure of value. If you did, you'd use something called like, you basically lease off of the ADR, which is pretty industry standard rule of thumb, or the revenue per available room. Also is a common thing. It's pretty abnormal to just divide a certified value by a flat revenue, reported revenue. It's basically a meaningless number. I mean, all it's saying is kind of a very broad equity argument.
I hate to say this, but I use that all the time.
Yeah,
And then trying to value a property. And I normally use about 3%, which would put it at a little over 2 million.
for
For an asking price.
but for a commercial hospitality property, like a hotel or a motel. Okay,
Well. I mean, if I'm
3%, what, 3% of what?
3%,
3% of what?
of the gross income. Multiplied by three times the gross income.
Oh, I see what you're saying,
Yeah.
3 times the revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen a hotel sell like that. Yeah. I mean, this one is a sale, so
Yeah,
they didn't get to buy it for 3 times revenue. So,
but then it was being sold during a very depressed time too.
well, that should drive the price down, not up, right?
Yeah. But I'm looking at the revenue.
Yeah.
I'm kind of struggling with this current value also. And it's just a feeling I have, I don't know if we should react on feelings, because we've got the information here, but that's a big jump, and I was thinking of 2 million.
No.
I was thinking of 2 million. $320, 2,320,000.
2,320,000.
2,000,000.
$320.
$320.
200.
2,000,000,320. And that's what, 2,049. It's $49,000 less.
So that would be less than a rounding error for a property.
It would be,
Yeah, I mean, you sneeze and you lose $50,000 on a property like this, for sure. It'll fluctuate by more than that by the change in the tax rate. Like, the tax rate changing year over year, it's gonna fluctuate by that.
but we don't know if that's changing.
No, I'm just saying, I have no opinion about the precision of it. Within $40,000, nobody should.
Yeah, because that's nothing. I
It's
mean,
too
it-
specific. Yeah, it's like, part of the cap rate is variable, like. Is it 2 million even instead of 2,050,000?
I got you.
I don't know. Who
Yes.
knows? Sure.
Yeah, okay, so here's my
Go ahead.
scientific
Take
calculation.
mine too.
Okay, looking at the increase, and this is from the performance fact book, it shows the revenue going from 516 to 823. Okay,
Okay.
59% increase or 59% change. Okay. So that being the case, going from 16 to 204 is not out of line to me.
I still the same way, I still go by my, the gross rent multiplier. And I've got 2,000,006, which is more than what we've got on the books. here.
Yeah. So. My opinion is no change, I agree. Are you
Yeah, I'm-
understanding
I'm
or making
understanding.
sense or?
It makes sense. I just, yeah, that's fine.
This is also one of a newer property.
And what?
Newer built. They got less maintenance costs.
When was this built?
14.
So pre-Harvey.
She's showing her age.
No, I don't know. It was 2014.
It seemed like a long time ago to me.
2 years ago, it sounds like a long time.
So then, am I understanding that the ARB is wanting this value to remain the same? Or agrees with this?
Yeah, that's my,
It's yours, everybody else?
I don't see, because they're forbidding.
If I get to it. Okay, so, I'd like to make a motion in reference to account number 11009. ID number 144838. That the value of 2,049,320
yeah,
remain the same.
the account number is 19009. The
I said
1443, I'm sorry.
I said that.
Wasn't
At the
listening.
very beginning, I said account number 19009 and ID number 144838 is that the
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that carries. No change. That closes that hearing. We're opening the hearing on case ID 2022-2405, account number 34187, which is Sportsman's Manor condominiums, building A, units 102 to 11, 111, 121 to 130. Building B, and it looks like building A, B, and C. 1075 North Fulton Beach Road.
Okay, so this is PID 34187, is owned by K&K Hospitality LLC, 5909 Lego Vista Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. The address is 1075 North Fulton Beach Road. The site address is apartment 101, Fulton, Texas, 78358. This is not a condo anymore. It used to be a condo, now it is a motel. It's the quality. And,
quality and all.
yeah, I think it's.
Oh, it
It
is.
used to be Sportswood Manor.
I
and-
agree.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's swapped names a few times. I think it's currently still Quality in on the Bay.
Yeah.
The reason for protest, incorrect appraised market value and others checks as 25D. Evidence is one packet. The requested value is 1,484,847. Hearing type is they continue to appear at the hearing, to be represented by affidavit, signed by Benjamin Thomas, Paladin Tax Consultants LLC. Next page is equal uniform, same thing as the previous one. There is a 1.77 gross rent multiplier backed into there, and it's producing a value of 1,484,847. And then there is the hotel performance fact book. It includes the subject property right next to the Quality Inn. Or I'm sorry, next to Motel 6. And then a piece of the tax code saying equal uniform and appraised value. I don't really know what we're supposed to get in that. Okay. Okay, so year prior, it was 1,370,000 and it is for 2022. It's 2,986,000. There was a couple of things going on with this one year over year. One, it is much more occupied than it was before, and also there is a little RV park attached to this. It's not just a motel, there's a bunch of little RV spaces. And they were utilized and whatnot you can see that their income year over year, their revenue has gone way up. But that kind of feeds into the same thing, like the Motel 6 that's shown on their evidence that is also part of its subject property owners owns the same property and just bought it with this together. They have 49 doors and 62 doors, and they're coming up with the exact same, almost the exact same value.
Yeah.
So just that's the point. It's just not taking into account the fact that this has far more rooms. It has RV sites, it's on the water, it's in different, it's just.
Got more income.
There's all kinds of different things. going on. Yeah. you gotta-
Well,
you
that's
gotta
why
describe-
people buy this stuff is for the income.
Yeah, exactly. So we have 62 rooms, we have it at the daily rate of a motel, it's not at a hotel rate. Excuse me. And the RV sites are valued, the whole thing, including the excess land, the RV sites, all the rest of that's 360,320. It's tacked onto the 2.6 for the motel itself.
What was the number again? 360?
360, 320. The motel itself is 2.6. And it's pretty, same song, different, pretty much same thing. Was they took the other property that was in the purchase that happened, 6 weeks after the date of our appraisal date. And we're at, depending on how you look at it, 60 to 75% of that.
And this is quality and.
Yes.
Open Beach Road, it's a nice pier.
We'll also point out that, just a little trivia, that sometimes when these things go for sale, the year that they're put up for sale, magically their revenue is reported to be much higher. All of a sudden, they have money that didn't exist last year.
So does that mean they paid people to come in? or-
It means they run 2 sets of books.
That's right.
You all okay with this value?
I actually am. I mean, I just wanted to get comfortable with it, considering just the hotel piece. And the fact that 21 to 22. Increased, basically doubled. And looking at that, it actually would get me to 2.7 just on the hotel piece
I'm at
versus the
2.6.
2.6. So I'm. Again,
Plus it had, those RV spaces.
yeah, right. And then, of course, you add in the RV stuff and that gets you to the value. So I'm cool with it.
Yep.
How's everybody else?
Everybody else? Okay.
I'm good.
I'm gonna make a motion in reference to account number 34187. Case ID number 144838. The ARB is of the opinion that the value should remain the same at $2,986,840.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We have 2 others. Let's do the second one on 2022-2397, account number 12697. 12697. It's the middle of page 7. And okay. So we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-2397, account number 12697. Aransas Pass block 477 lot. Try of 17, all of 18. Through 24 and 25 of Houston Street. And we'll verify what's under protest.
Is this an affidavit hearing?
I don't see this form. I don't see the,
Well, it looks like it's the motion to correct form. I don't have any.
yeah. The motion for hearing to correct 1/4 over appraisal.
Yeah, there, we need to see if anybody's here, probably. But I enjoy the eagerness to get started, even without them. Let's see if they're here.
Yeah, we were going on the assumption that.
We had
there
some
was gonna be
affidavit.
Yeah. On mistake. On mistake.
I didn't see a thing.
I think I can.
This should be in person, but it might be in person.
Well, might be that, or it might be
Just a correction.
there. Hi, Ben. We were trying to get a head start. It's not appropriate.
So it's in, it's all to 3.
Okay.
We can't even try.
I was just getting going.
No.
We'll get used to that. Remember, that's how it happens sometimes.
That's true.
All right. Thanks, Amy.
Good job.
I hate to say it, but your presence will be of value. I think. Now, granted, we don't have a lot of income. Commercial properties that we deal with, but.
It does get crazy.
And, yeah, you've got some background that I think will be very helpful for us.
I'm very impressed that they were able to get, appraisal district to get that kind of information on income. I mean, that my thinking is, how good is it? But I'm assuming
How good is the appraisal district?
the information on the income from those properties. Because like Ron says, sellers they do not disclose. They've got 2 sets of books.
Went to buy a car wash years ago. And the owner was very frank, said, we have 3 sets of books.
3 months.
Yeah.
And I noticed a safe in the corner. Car wash is all cash. And I said, well, please tell us the real number. He didn't know.
Please tell us it's in the same.
That's why when buyers have really got to know their stuff.
Yeah. Especially for a commercial one. Commercial property.
But that's the only reason they buy them.
See, I never dealt much in the.
It certainly is an
I'm
emotion.
gonna buy one of these.
I never dealt much in commercial, property. Mine was all residential. Actually, at one point in time, I had this working listed for sale. Mr. B was the owner, I don't know if he's still.
Mr. B.
Mr. B. Challenge.
Yes, he is.
That dirt's getting so valuable, that I would imagine those RVs are on the way out.
Yeah.
Probably getting-
Mr. B sold all of his hotels.
Yeah,
He was trying to buy all of Lamar Point.
I think he
I
bought.
love all that, but he didn't. He bought 25 lots in Holly Beach. So watch his construction.
Yeah. He's that M&M person or whatever, I don't know what property he owns. I noticed there was a bunch of properties that were sold and then signs went up. Yeah,
He's a special one.
yeah, that's a problem out there sometimes.
He's a special.
And the funny thing is, my husband used to every summer go vacation at Sportsman Manor with his boys. They go fishing, and he knew this to me. And he was talking, and he said, I'm gonna go by Sportsman Manor and, you know, and see if Mr. B's still there. When we first got home, I said, you know, Mr. B, he said, yeah, I said, I do too. You remember me, you remember Tom also, but uninteresting though.
That's right. If they were available, depending on which ones they are, they go anywhere from 135 to 265. Yes, the two large ones have one right door opener. Yeah, sure, but there's no inside storage available at this time. Yes, sir. I can sure put you on the list, but the list doesn't change too often. Yes, sir.
I got some appointments here that I'm ready to have to move or.
Well-
Well.
We had, let's see, 3 o'clock is one. There's only 2 at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, and neither of them would show.
3 at 3 o'clock.
Okay, so probably by.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. It's-
All right.
If not, you just leave.
Yeah, you can be,
I don't want to leave you guys in the lurch.
we're not gonna be, that's, we're not.
It's not that we don't want to hear.
No, no.
You know, when you first get into this, it's hard figuring out your life.
It's just the.
Yeah, calling back.
I'm kind of getting an idea that we're listening to our.
Yeah, you
papers
should, right.
And that sort of thing.
And what took place this morning is different than what we normally.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Usually it's the
You won't do
protester comes in and then, you know, the district presents theirs, they present theirs, they go back and forth and then we get to listen. And it's usually appraised value.
Of course.
It's, yeah, well, it always is, but what I'm saying is different than what took place this morning.
I see.
Yeah.
That was a rarity.
That was, yeah, usually it's, my property is too much, and it should be this, and then they present their information, they present theirs, and then. We make a decision from there.
Okay,
So,
well, I think,
only thing that I think Julian helped me out here with, is whenever they have, brokers who come in and present their stuff, it's different.
It's a little more official. I think the ones I hate are the lawyers.
That's what I meant, the lawyers who come in.
Because some of them come down from
Houston,
Houston or from San Antonio
Antonio.
and apologize for not being dressed better and wearing khakis and button down shirt and everything. But they aren't wearing a tie, so they're not.
that's,
You know, that's when they hit the, you know, your hips were not. I'm not.
oh, I see.
And it's very interesting because that usually loses them favor. And then we have some that have never been around the area.
See if we can.
Let's do it, okay.
But it's never dull.
No,
I like the ones that debate with the appraisal district. The appraisal district, sometimes they call each other a liar.
because he,
It's fun sometimes. The last one, we heard about
we're not going anywhere.
oh, y'all have to come back.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Scott in particular.
Absolutely.
You're not going.
I'm disposable, you're not.
Yeah, we haven't had any in these before, so we probably will balance out better.
So is she with,
I don't know, I get the
Is it
issue,
something
yeah, I thought she did too, but.
let's see, I can look at it.
Which is that a conflict of interest?
Why would you think that?
Well, if she's selling property, then
Oh, if she's dealt with any of these, then she has to recuse herself, but I think just the value, no. No.
looking at it at this point, I would be down if she would spend a year in post. Because it's not gonna make her, because it won't make her the money she can. Swanson. SWA and that's all. Lee Circle, where's that?
Oh, that doesn't have a whole picture. Look,
Oh, wow. Like her hair, but. So have you been good this summer or this winter?
Yes,
Stayed out of trouble?
no,
here, look, this. So that's what you,
Okay.
well, you hadn't been around the neighborhood, so you hadn't maybe been in trouble in my neighborhood.
I've been keeping us pretty busy. Fire department's keeping me real busy.
Oh, the Mardi Gras was
Oh, it was a blast.
a big success. I love that. I donate stuff to them all the time.
We're getting ready to build a new storage area back there, a new storage building behind the fire station, so.
Yeah,
Got timbers coming in tomorrow.
so wasn't it something about that brush fire on 35? That was during the
Which one?
moisture fest.
Yes,
Oh, man.
we were there.
No, it's.
Yeah, we were there.
Because you know,
Right at 10,000 gallons over.
I was out on a porch and I looked at it. Why did they control burn now? I mean, it was so
It was,
windy.
on the ranch, up there on the Tatton Ranch. A pipeline welder
Is that what happened?
was driving down the right of way and his truck caught on fire and it spread the fire right down the right of way. We called in airdrops, but they couldn't get there quick enough.
You know what I noticed too, Ron, is a lot of the fence posts were burned. And some of the electrical poles were.
The fire was going up when we sprayed them all down. The landowner said, we'll replace the fence poles, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, because I mean, those
We did.
electrical posts were like. oh,
Yeah, I told him, I said, don't let anything happen to those things. I said, that's our power.
I don't care how it's, but that's all, it's.
We started, what we did, the wind was blowing from the northwest. So we did a back burn. About the time we got the back burn lit, the wind switched.
Shift,
And it-
yeah.
It put it in high gear and they met finally and the dozers.
Then they really had a.
We had two dozers out there and they finally got around it and contained it.
Well, we had some friends coming in from the Austin area. And well, actually, they live next door to Jennifer and Britt and Kathy. And he texted Tom and he said, what's going on? He said, we got to Tylonia and they turned us around. We couldn't get to the Holiday Beach. And so it was
Good afternoon.
bad.
I am done good. I am not, I got a Randus, review board meeting today. I'm in town.
How should we doing with all this?
No, it's okay. It doesn't hurt when I get up. I can't move real fast.
Well, none of us can.
Well, I know, but usually I can move faster. It's like, oh. So, yeah, it's doing okay, but I'm gonna go, 7th is when I have an appointment. And he's probably gonna give me an injection. Another one. And I'll take those as long as he can give them to me.
I did for 5 years, so.
Yeah,
I did 3 months or so. And she'd say, are you really hurt? And I'd say, no, but I'm not gonna let it get that far either, so give me this shot. And then there were times that would go 6 months without a shot.
you know,
And I could not figure out what I was doing,
Yeah.
different or anything, and, but 5 years and then it started. being-
Yeah, knee replacement. Yeah,
I have two, both of them are done now.
you know, Joanne, I don't want to have another knee replacement. Well,
I can only speak for you, but the second one was so much easier. We made me do exercises for that knee for a month before surgery. That was part of the plan. Even had people into his.
Where, Logan, in Cultus?
Clinic, yeah, I
Oh,
love it, yeah.
he's at,
Next to-
no, mine is orthopedic associates or whatever. Mine is on Parkway.
Yeah, no.
Dr.
he's on
Nato.
Jackson.
Yeah,
Oh, no, they moved now.
I hear clinicians good.
He's fantastic.
And everybody keeps saying, oh, he's so good and he's so handsome. I'm like,
Oh, yeah, he's
look
good
like,
looking.
you know.
And she just got remarried. He was so proud.
Well,
But he was the one who did the home therapy because he said that he felt that you got better results and all three had to do.
he said I had this much space. From bone to bone, that's real good. He's not gonna go in and clean anything out because then you can create a problem. He said, we'll just give you injections, so it lasted 6 weeks.
Well, the first one I had so many problems. It wasn't the surgery itself, it was a whole bunch of things about. But this one just went so smooth. I was out of the walker. Well, I had the 2 weeks with it. Came home and left it in the back of the truck. It took me a week to find it finally. Can't remember why I left it.
Well, it just came out all of a sudden.
But he sits down with you, which was something that I really liked. And he had a special way of giving the shots that did not hurt.
So did Dr. Nato, because the first guy who did my surgery was Dr. Lewis, he's retired. And then I saw someone else, a Dr. Conlon, who was there for just a short period of time. I just saw him in the follow-up. And Nato was taking over. So he said, I'm gonna give you an injection. He said, oh, I said, what's that injection hurt so bad? He said, well, I didn't need to. And I was like, okay, fella. And so he then did this.
Did he spray?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sprayed it. And then.
And they do it as the needle goes in, and so the needle goes and it goes.
Now, this is as a result of injury or just,
Yeah, I have a torn meniscus.
Do you guys walk?
No.
Do we want?
I'm too out of shape to exercise.
Yeah,
Because I was told you this last year.
and you walked? You started
And
walking?
that was the problem. And he said, what are you doing? And I said, well, I walk every other day. And then he said, that's the worst thing you do.
Time to heal.
Well, no, it's not good for your knees.
It's not.
You know?
My daughter.
I was under,
On her,
let's say
she's
that.
only 41.
Oh, there you go.
He says it doesn't warrant surgery right now, but it's coming,
Yeah.
you know? So they,
Well, I'll tell
Dr.
you what.
Hawkins is doing,
Oh, you told me
therapy.
that. I'm
really,
gonna have to, I'm gonna
he's been for 3 sessions.
talk to her.
She's out of pain.
She told that to Tom, she saw Tom outside, I was telling him about that.
Uh-huh.
Because she saw me limping and he mentioned to Tom and he said, oh yeah, well, what happened was I was on a ladder.
Mhm.
And of course, the doctor said, well, you do
Wait,
it. And I missed,
Somebody's got to do it.
And,
I missed the bottom step, I thought I was.
Oh, so you down, yeah.
no,
Really
Yeah.
hurt, but I'm completely,
So you thought walking the way?
I stop walking and I go over to the fitness center.
Oh, like
And
this.
and I did a lift, no, at the Rockport Country Club.
Oh,
They've got a
okay.
really nice little fitness center there.
Okay.
I do 10 minutes on the elliptical and 35 minutes on the bicycle.
how often you
Every other day. Oh, I take Saturdays.
Cause I could go as Silver Sneakers, I could go to this little place on 35.
Yeah, just wherever they've got at the elliptical gets your heart rate up and the walking does what it's, and boy, my both knees are doing well.
He told me I didn't need surgery, I had this much space between bone on bone, so that's
That's good.
good.
Yeah.
And he said, we'll just give you injections, and so I had one about 6 weeks ago, and then a couple of days ago, I have to admit, I got back up on the ladder.
I'm gonna have to talk with Tom.
No, you can't have her.
I didn't miss the step, but I don't think I should have been doing it.
My only savior is the only reason to get on the ladder inside the house generally is to replace light bulbs. And my wife is deathly afraid of electricity. So she doesn't have a problem, and I've not really had an issue with it. But I had a knee surgery back in the eighties when I was in Switzerland.
That was before they did the exercise.
Well, it was a skiing accident. Okay. And those guys are good, so the Swiss know how to do this, so.
Well, at the ski areas, they know.
Well, just back down in. Where I.
So they started you on exercise immediately after surgery? No.
I mean, I was, he did the operation, he said he took like I forget how much, couple cc's of fluid off my knee. And did the surgery, and his recommendation at the time was, ice packs.
Yeah.
He said, keep ice packs on it. He said the temperature around an incision, when you do that, it runs about 10 degrees higher than normal. And the ice takes away that temperature and causes the healing to be that much better. I was up and around in about 2 or 3 days.
Were you about 25 years old?
That's up to life. Not where I am now.
That's a good one. Well, I played a lot of softball.
Did you come in on a mission?
I do have a question from earlier. So I was thinking that you had talked to the ARB attorney. And she said that all we have to do is send the board's affidavit to the owner or the agent, correct, with the order of determination?
Technically,
Okay.
yes, according to the code. But I also told her that we generally have been sending all of them anyway, and she said that's okay, but.
Yeah, but if we don't, and then I heard you say that this morning that about sending all of them, but if we don't have to send all of them, we certainly don't want to, so.
Then
That's-
the minimum requirements, just the ones for the board.
Okay,
According
terrific.
to the code and from June,
Okay, so Sandy, did y'all get saved?
sure.
Did you get?
Yeah, we figured it out. Well,
One of the 3 o'clock.
somehow
Calling
they
at 2:45.
disconnected
So
the
hopefully.
ferry. It was still with
Okay.
her,
Okay,
but it had to
that's
be
about
reconnected.
Like now,
It's now like about 20 minutes.
They're gonna call in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put the phone in here.
Okay.
Which one?
it's a charge.
Which phone is it?
But he's on many other sports, so he'll.
Do what now?
Huh?
Who's this guy that was sitting over there?
Okay, the first.
He's not a appraiser.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
He works for the district.
Yeah.
Everyone who comes in here.
This is the commercial.
Commercial property.
And
So,
it's Jackie,
yeah.
Jackie, she does like Airbnb. Sorry, no.
Biggest charge?
I checked it yesterday.
Oh, okay,
So
good.
full battery. So I guess we'll put it in the very little. This is the telephone. Or boomerang, whichever you.
Yeah.
That's true.
We're really taxing Peggy. She gets out of here, not out of breath. Between dealing with
I'm gonna tell you,
timing and telephone.
Well, no, we're just gonna start having a liquid lunch.
Takes it this way.
This way, because this is the number and I'm gonna dial in.
Right.
Okay, you heard that?
I did.
It's a sound thing. You will.
So Scott, what were you doing in Switzerland? I mean, just enjoying yourself on a ski trip?
No, actually, I worked at IBM for IBM and I was over there for almost 2 years on assignment. They had a research laboratory in Zurich.
Wow, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
It was tough.
Somebody's gonna do it, you know?
That's right.
You electrical?
Yes, that's my background, although I got into computers before computers were really hot. I mean, UT didn't even have, they had a computer science department, but it was really, I got a better background in computers in electrical engineering than I did in We have gotten, really?
Mail a few.
Well, I started as a co-op student, work study when I was in college and that was good and bad. Good from the standpoint, it lets you look at a company for a period of time, rather than just the normal interview process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surface.
And they as well could look at you for a period of time. The bad part was, by the time I got to my junior and senior year in college, I knew what I wanted to do. And any courses that didn't have anything to do with stuff I was interested in, I blew off. So, probability,
That
statistics,
sounds good.
control theory and stuff like this, just. So my last semester, I was really concerned I was even gonna graduate, because I had two courses that I just,
You had to take, huh?
and I didn't go to class. So I went into the professor who happened to teach these two classes, the same guy. He gave us
Well, we haven't
the
replenished.
story of love, you know, how my girlfriend left me, blah, blah, blah. You know. Well, he said, no, he said, you take the final, and if you do well in the final, good, you know. So I said, well, thank you, and I left, and the final was the next week, and I studied my ass off. It was control theory and probability statistics. And I studied my ass off with a control theory test. And I walked into the test and damn, it's all the wrong people. Turns out the probability class big final was first. And then the next day was, so he let me take the control theory test for the probability class and vice versa. And so the rest is history.
Well, Tom always asks, how do you spell this? How do you spell that? How do you spell this? And it's so funny, because sometimes I tell him how to spell it, and he said, but that doesn't look right. Look it up, like you look it up. So I don't know how to spell it. Maybe that's how you spell it. And I said, did you take English when you were in college? He said, I wanted to be a veterinarian, not an English teacher. But it's so funny. Okay,
So I wanted to go ahead and ask, we did have a request for a telephone hearing, and that was just done yesterday. Are you in agreement with doing a telephone hearing today?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
is that what we're gonna do now?
We don't have anybody right now, but it would be scheduled for the 3 o'clock doc.
Okay.
Okay, good. I just thought I would get that out of the way.
Yeah, and that can apply. I know the code says 10 days and so on, but.
Well,
Knock it out.
Yeah, and last year, y'all actually made a motion to where it was 3 days for notice, and we wouldn't have to check with you.
But
And then we kept moving it.
as
though.
far as I'm concerned, as long as the documentation is here, sign stuff, and we don't have to wait on that, then I'm okay. Whenever it happens.
Do y'all want to go ahead and do a motion that for this protest season, that telephone conference is acceptable up until the hearing begins or something? Or I guess
think,
under housekeeping?
yeah, let's talk about it
Okay.
again.
Maybe take it on a case by case.
Well, the key is consistency. Okay, and while the code and these procedures actually say 10 days, they're supposed to make it an election, so to speak, 10 days prior to a hearing. But as long as the evidence is in place, and we don't have to wait for people to get notarized and blah, blah, blah. I personally don't have a problem with
Hearing.
Yeah. So maybe if we say one day prior to the hearing, assuming all required evidence is available.
We're gonna get some that call in that day.
Well, I mean, and technically. If they say they're gonna show up, if they say they're gonna do it in person. And they can make an election that says that it's, the reverse is okay, they can say. They can provide the affidavit and say, I intend to appear in person. And if I don't appear, then use the affidavit, that's okay. But technically, you should be able to do it the other way around.
Okay, so one day before that. Let's see how it works. We can always change it.
Yeah, and I don't.
Read the fine print again,
Well, it's just the thing is I don't wanna get.
You want to set a precedent.
Yeah,
So we wouldn't be able to change it till probably next.
yeah, because it says here, a property owner usually your press is entitled to offer evidence or argument by affidavit without personally appearing. To appear at a hearing by telephone conference, a property owner must notify the ARB by written request, not later than 10 days before the date of the hearing. And I know, as Val said last year, we said about 3 days. Tell you what, let's just leave it the way it is.
That's what
I
I was gonna
agree.
say.
And then, you know. We'll handle it on his.
I agree.
Okay,
Yeah.
but watching the basketball games?
Yeah,
LSU, the girls.
Yeah.
Man, they're kicking butt. Woo.
I got so disappointed with UT because they were doing so well and then they just, I mean, they bombed at the end. They bombed. And then the UT men, they clutched. I mean, they were ahead by what, 17 points or something. And they ended up losing the game. Yeah. But some of those gals that are playing now. Taylor Clark, what's her name, Kristen Clark or whatever. I mean, there are some really good players. You're fun to watch. You're fun to watch.
I love that LSU coach. She's just dynamic.
Yeah.
And those kids love her.
She doesn't mince words. I mean, it
She
was,
doesn't.
Now for the big question, how are the doggies you got?
oh, yeah, right. They should be,
I don't have
A
any.
year?
they were here on Christmas Eve.
That's right. You still have her. don't
Oh, yeah, we've had them a year this month.
Have they calmed down any?
Yes, I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with with Caesar Milan.
yeah, I've seen his show, his TV show.
We saw his show, I've ordered his product, it worked.
you? No kidding.
The leash took the wildness out of it, and they will mine. Yes.
Now, is this a special kind of like a
Harness
harness leash
leash
or?
is a rope leash. That you put on their neck and up around behind their ears, that's the most sensitive place on a dog. And all you have to do is put it on them and you don't pull back on them, you
Yeah.
pull straight up. It gets their head up,
Oh,
you know, like they put it down to run, you pull their head up. And it gets their attention and it works tremendously. I can open the door, they get real crazy when they know they're gonna go for a golf cart ride. Because get the collars out, we don't put the leash on until we get on the cart. But we open the utility room door and beat on them, they're in the seat, sitting there waiting. Put the leash on them, open the door, and they are just good as gold. It's just amazing what that is.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that particular kind of leash. Now, I had 2 dogs that we got one of these harness kind of things that, you know, the legs went on, come on, and that made a big difference. But,
This really works good. They were like $25 a piece, best money I've ever spent.
no, that's not.
You know, but he's got a terrific program. I don't know. They're,
Oh, you must have one picture of the
that's
kids.
them looking out the front
Oh,
door.
my gosh.
They're waiting on somebody to come over. That's what they do.
They ain't big.
Big.
Wow.
He's over 100.
Golly.
Are you? Oh, they're loud.
Sandy, do you have dogs?
Your brother and
Are they
sister.
dogs?
I have a friend who has a dog that literally, she's going on 3 years old now. That they're terrified to let her outside because she'll just run away.
And
So,
then they love to go for a park.
oh, yeah. My your dogs always put their head out.
They like that
They-
wind.
they're not really-
Thank you.
That's it.
They're so happy.
Yeah.
So would a leash like that help? With, controlling the dog,
Yes. Yes,
and it's,
total control.
and what is it called?
It's from, I got it at Amazon. But his name is Caesar
Yeah,
Milan.
he's on the.
Yes, he's got a show every Thursday night.
Right,
And his product, and it's I can't remember what the name of it was, but just a Caesar Milan leash, and look it up, and
okay,
you know, the leashes aren't 4 feet long. That's all you need. It surprised the heck out of me. And I thought, man, ain't nothing gonna control these wild animals.
I'm sure you heard about the black and white.
Oh, that's old flip flop.
I know, this is.
He still flip flop,
He does.
but he won't let you get close.
He's,
I heard him barking yesterday at Tom.
yeah. Tom was trying to,
Yeah,
Tom
but-
feeds him. I said, why are you feeding him?
Those county workers, he would be standing right beside them. And they'd kneel down and he'd back up, start barking at him. He's a good dog, but dog catcher can't catch him.
They can't, he's very,
Yeah.
he's smart.
so it's called a Caesar Milan,
Leash.
that's it, huh?
Mhm.
I think Ben's kind of taking care of him.
Somebody's feeding them.
Ben will, he doesn't want the pond to take him because
Mhm.
then they're gonna kill him, and he doesn't want that to happen.
I don't think they're killed anymore here.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't think so. I think they got enough flack about that and they're not anymore. I think they send a lot of them to Aransas, to
Isn't no.
SPCA.
yeah, over on Bourbon Street, I think is where they send them.
Well, I mean, he hasn't done any damage out there, but I know he's.
Jennifer got a package delivered from Amazon
Oh, yeah.
and he got it and tore it all apart. So she had to put a note on the gate, please put them inside. the thing.
Yeah, she mentioned that.
He's a good dog, I mean,
I think he was abused.
I think you're probably right.
I don't know why people do that to animals and children. They want to do it to kids, you know, they do it to animals. I've been watching too many shows. And child abuse and.
I spend too much on it. Keeps the body crazy.
flip-flop.
Yeah, that's what they call them.
Is this a dog? that goes
Straight
straight?
up. I think somebody drunk him wrong.
Yeah. People feed him. My wife goes and mows every Thursday over there. And lays him a bag of moistened meat or something, you know, just to feed him.
Tom feeds my dogs.
Yeah, like that.
Very nice.
It's good for his
Yeah,
cholesterol.
he went to the store and he came out with packs of hot dogs and why did you buy these hot dogs? And there wasn't on the list. Oh, for football.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. You feed birds and ducks and dogs.
We had the guineas in our yard for 3 days.
Oh my God.
On frost. They were over there. Now they're over on your side.
They were across in your yard in the winter.
Yeah, they were there for 3 days.
Yeah, they're over.
They slept, they had a water bucket out there and they slept around the water bucket. And all of a sudden they disappeared and then I saw they were on Holiday
yeah.
Beach, east. And then a day later, they were way up, they're over on Newcomb Bend right now.
Ben, yeah.
Tom's feeding. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that coach,
Tommy,
yeah, he's great.
great.
Three.
Boy, they're fast.
Yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah. But they were sitting there and just making all kinds of noises, you know. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, we were driving around in the golf cart and went, geez.
They
And,
say they're from over on Bee Tree Circle is where they
oh,
came from.
really? They do wonder. Well, Well, I was riding around yesterday on Holiday Beach East and I went, they have chickens. And I suppose they have chickens in Holiday Beach, but that's a joke. And I went, oh, they have chickens. I wonder if they're selling eggs. Well, maybe I'll go around and get it through there. The eggs. But I heard guineas are loud. You're supposed, I mean, I haven't made these in making noise.
Good watchdog,
I heard, oh, really?
yeah, but they will chase you.
That's like geese.
Yeah,
Geese are bad.
they are, they just usually lean over and swipe at these, they go the opposite direction.
My daughter-in-law on Sunday had some geese and all they just started some these things for the grandkids and the grandkid where I was, he started chasing the kids. I'm
Oh,
like,
really?
So if you get too close to their, and they're very territorial. I used to walk at Memorial Park. And I got attacked by about 3 of them. And they just came up from behind me, they started sniffing at my ankle. I didn't know what to do, so I turned around and I grabbed them by the neck. And the others scattered.
That's what you need.
And that was the last time I ever walked.
Oh,
It scared me.
yeah.
I had no idea that they were that aggressive.
Very aggressive. When I lived down in Coconut Ridge, we had 3 out there that the whole ridge takes care of us. They're nice and
That's
fat.
like our ducks in Holiday Beach. I mean, all along, we feed them every morning.
Well, you know, you can't fence them out because
No.
if
Well,
they
they
can't get by the street, then they, well, no, they go in the water and come up that way.
Or
So,
fly.
or they fly down. Do what they want
Yeah.
anyway, so we just gave them stuff, started feeding.
What did you feed them?
Oh, the cornmeal,
Okay, because I'm feeding mine sunflower seeds.
oh, wow.
I know it's $5.
Yeah, I was kidding.
I'm like, it's getting to be expensive feeding these ducks, Tom. We need to come up with something else, you know?
Yeah, just the,
Like the crack corn or something.
yeah, the cheese, wild animals, deer, corn, or, I don't know.
Where do you get it now? Cause I mean, you used to go to more than feed. And
Yeah.
now I don't know. what- Do they really?
They have deer.
And I would think Gates had it too, with True Value.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They've got that huge big building out back, they've gotta have something.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, I mean, it's like. Last time we went and bought some sunflower seeds, I think it was like $20 a bag.
Well, I would, yeah.
What's the
For
deal?
the little bag.
And Tom goes fishing for these little pig perch so he can feed the pelican. And he's, I know, we got 2 pet pelicans, it's crazy.
You've had those for a while.
We have them. He's named them Spawn. And then we have a seagull that comes around every morning and just wakes me up every morning. Henry's his name.
Henry.
We have names for our birds. Or living on water.
So whereabouts?
I live at 97 Bel Air in Holiday Beach. I live on
Oh,
the
I
canal.
know where that-
I live on the canal, not the.
You're not on the baseline.
not the basement. And the wetlands are right across from me. So,
So you got a nice view of
Yeah.
lots of water.
yes. Yeah, I'm glad you don't have anybody across from us. Uh-oh,
What now?
the rain's coming in.
So if by 3:15, 3:30, or, 15 minutes after we're supposed to get our first one, or 30 minutes, then we can leave.
It's actually 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
If they're not here. we're
Yeah, but by
10
the
minutes
time
at
we
a
say
time.
goodbye to each other and everything.
She has an appointment.
Well, I mean, it's just, I meet this friend of mine at the gym and we bicycle together because it's so much, I go so much quicker if I'm talking to somebody. If I don't have anything to do except just bicycle.
Then you're thinking about it, okay, one more step.
this, I looked at some of these, and it's more of a correction. We're not supposed to go.
Well, I'm gonna do the ignorance is worth thing.
Well, it's motion for hearing to correct.
Um,
I like this tablet. What do you call this? Laptop? What do we call this? Tablet, notebook? No, I don't know.
I think it's a tablet, it's a tablet.
We had a little bitty thing last time. Oh my gosh, it's so slow. You know, they walk in here and it just looks so.
Well,
I'm
I'm scary looking.
Most people.
No,
but.
Intimidating. It is intimidating. I've been here. I've sat in
I
that seat,
have, I have two.
yeah.
Well, I've said.
And I'll probably be either settling in there or sitting in that seat this year. I feel like it's got, feel it coming.
I think Tom,
You think?
I feel it coming.
Yeah. And you really want us to consider this what you went.
Don't we have to extend ourselves?
Yeah, you can.
oh, right now,
Pretty close, but yes, not. I did the email yesterday, I said, we've got this, but if it goes, we can have this. That we're getting.
Okay. Well, that's on them.
so we ready
Yeah.
for this call?
This is going to be, case number or account number 63973 on the 3 o'clock docket.
Do we have to dial one?
I don't.
Yes,
believe-
yeah.
or, yes.
Yes.
And is this, who is
Mr. Griffin.
Griffin?
The attorney representing the client, right?
Yes.
So call. This is not fair. It's something.
You can just try just the area code if you want.
And then what?
The dial button, like the phone. Yeah, it's okay.
So don't dial one, right?
Thank you for calling Office of Griffin and This is Ian. How may I help you?
Hi, Ann. This is Peggy with the Appraisal Review Board in Rockport, Texas. I'm calling for Mr. Griffin.
Yes, ma'am. Give me just a moment. I'll transfer you back.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Griffin? Hi, this is Peggy. I'm with the Appraisal Review Board. And we are calling in reference to property, Barkley, W.H. Barkley Limited. Great, great. I'm gonna put on Mr. Scott Wagon. He is the chairman of the board.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your hearing. So we're gonna commence a hearing on case ID 2022-2302, account number 63973, Fulton Outlots, lot 34E, part of 2 acres, looks like. We are this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we are going to verify exactly what's under protest. Motion. Property overvalued for market.
The income appraisal.
Okay, so it looks like it's Q1, Q2.
25.
Yeah,
25 days.
six three nine seven three is the account.
I think you're correct.
Yep, we're just getting our ducks in line here, looking at the information on the system here.
39.73.
Okay, we are the appraisal review board that'll be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which will be available to you in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing. Or you can take the survey online as well, and information about how to access and complete the survey online is included on that survey form. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all of your evidence that you're going to reference during the hearing?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I'm sorry.
We're not in possession of it, but I mean, if he says that he doesn't have any, then okay.
What? Let's.
I don't believe we said any comments or anything like that.
I do see the taxpayer evidence.
Go ahead and look at it.
file.
Go ahead and look at it. It has to do with the payment of a timely payment, I mean, but he's already indicated he hasn't said anything else in, so.
We're just scrolling through here.
So we have everything that you presented.
Yes, and all I'd like to do is have Mr. Berkeley testify.
Okay. This lane, yeah, okay, so this is not really much in terms of the property.
Okay.
Aside from payments and such.
Right.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Byrd, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code property 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald Kennedy, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Sandy Swanson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I am assuming that you are considered to be under oath as we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you.
Are you talking about me or Mr. Berkeley?
Anybody who's going to be providing testimony,
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, we sent an affidavit in yesterday, right?
okay?
And who signed that?
Is that what you're talking about?
Who signed that?
Hang on one second, we're just double checking signatures.
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, this is Michael T. Griffin,
Right, that would be me.
okay?
Okay.
And you, hang on, so you've got. You said you were gonna supposedly have somebody else offer testimony?
Mr. Berkeley's here with me as we speak.
Okay, but we don't have an affidavit from him.
Okay, well, then I'll testify in advance.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. thanks.
Hang on. Not quite yet. We still have a few more things to go through. All right, so now, District Representative.
I request that you solemnly swear affirm the testimony that you give before the Ramsey County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And my name is Michael Soto, do solemnly swear and affirm that testimony that shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. We just need to ask that. You should have available to you a chart that has a hearing procedure times on it. Do you have that available?
A charge?
Chart, a one page.
Chart.
Hearing procedure.
Okay.
He received it.
I'm looking through what y'all sent me and I don't see a chart with procedure times on it.
Okay, we'll step you through it. It is a single page chart that is divided into two sections. Left side says if the protester goes first. The right side says if the district goes first. You both have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who goes first in presenting evidence. But you have to make a choice whether you would like to go first or you would like the district to go first.
Oh, the district can go first.
Okay, so at this time, the district will do their presentation. You have 5 minutes, Ray.
Okay. Right. So you see the evidence packet here. The first page is the property card. This is located at 950 Airport Road. And the legal description here, this is Fulton Outlots. So it's like Airport, Midshire, Prairie, Myrtle, Chaparral, that kind of stuff. Right, let's get used to looking at grids again here. So the first one is comp number 1. This is a sales grid. The sales date is in the middle of the comp 1. See there where it says 225.22, and then right below it is the sale price. And then it's broken down by acre and per square foot, right? So getting used to this again, this is an acre of land on Chaparral that sold for 130. Applied to the subject, we have the 2 times 130 and indicated value of 260. Then the next one is on Mesquite, and so this is a $75,000 sale, and this is also for an acre of land. This was a little bit earlier. This was in October of 21. The other one was in February of 22. Next comp is 3. This is on Wishart Road. Wishart Road is the road next to Airport Road. So this is in February of 22. We have a $76,000 sale for 1.4 acres. And then another sale for $85,000 on Wishart Road for 1.4 acres. Again, the subject is 2 acres that we have valued at $4,000. There's going to be another sale in here. So comp number 5 is $107,000 for 2 acres. July of 21 on Lone Star Road, also indicated value 147. We have a market value of 104. So if we look at equity, these are going to be things in this general area. They're not necessarily sales, they're just similar properties. So we got Airport, we have Wishart. This is broken out in square footage. So you can see comp number 1's a little bit larger. It has more value in it. Comp number 2 is on Wishart. Is about the same size, and it's it's actually a little bit more than the other one. Number 3 is a little bit smaller, and a little bit less than value. Wait, yeah, a little less than value, a little bit smaller. So that's just the flow of the land tables over there. There's some breaks that create those differences. And that's it, right? Let me see, let me make sure. Yeah, that's it.
Good.
Yeah, we have a sales indicated value of 147 and we have an equity indicated value of 104. 540, we have the same number.
It was derived from the land tables, so. That's what it is.
Okay. All right, Mr. Griffin, you now have 5 minutes to do your presentation.
Well, let's find that. Basically, looking at it, this property went from 2021, an appraised value of 34,850 to $104,540. And I can't imagine that the economic activity around your airport is to justify the appraisal, which strikes me as excessive. That's almost 3 times an increase in value in 1 year. I realize some other properties have been sold out there, but looking at the Google map, and my client is quite familiar with the airport and flown in many times, it strikes me as almost double or over doubled in value, and there doesn't seem to be a great deal of commercial activity going on. So we think it's an excessive appraisal, and we ask you to look at it and determine why it went up so quickly and so mightily in such a short period of time. Yes.
So now you have, the district now has time to cross-examine.
I mean, then I can just.
2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, so it didn't double. I think it tripled.
Yeah.
So it went from 3 to 34 to 102. So I wouldn't call double 64. I guess it depends on how you want to look at that. It's 2 pieces of a pie or 3, but I mean, I would say that the value tripled. And it's sell activity. The appraisal district can't get sale data like this and then just not make it move. We moved the whole area. So we moved Fulton out, not Airport Road. You know, we moved from Airport to Chaparral, the whole thing. So the sales are all from Fulton Outlots, Chaparral, Mesquite, Wishart, Lone Star. It's a pretty good variety of sales. You could make the argument, I mean, I would make the argument that if I had to pick a road, I would pick Airport Road. I think it's the best road at Fulton Outlots. Because you're not sandwiched in on the other side. You get a breeze and all that good stuff. In some places you have a view. I guess that depends what you think of the airport, but regardless of that, the sales indicated value is not 104, it's 147. Just to get down in the weeds, the closest sale in size is on Lone Star, it's 2 acres, sold for 107,000 in July of 21. This is our appraisal on 1 of 22. So 104,540, while a lot, and I wouldn't even mind using the word excessive, is supported.
Well, yeah, and I'm sorry, are you done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Done.
So you now have 2 minutes.
I'm very agree with them. I think it is excessive. It's 300 or it's 3 times. There's been some other sales out there, but I don't see a lot of commercial development. I don't see any strip malls. I know you had some comp, but it strikes me as under the first part of the statute as an excessive appraisal. You all use the comp method. You didn't use the income method, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. But that's our position, is 3 times. I know you got some comps out there, but it strikes me as excessive, almost prima facie, because it's 3 times what it was.
Do I close now?
Yes, you can. close.
In closing, our sales number is 147, our value is 104, our equity is 104. And we would not comp strip malls on raw land, nor would we use the income method evaluation on land. They wouldn't come into our minds when valuing this. Yes, I'm done.
Okay. So now you, Mr. Griffin, you now have an opportunity to, close your closing statement.
Yeah, I'll be brief, but I'm gonna agree with your guy. It's excessive. It's 3 times what it was. I know there's been some sales out there, but looking at this map, there's still a whole bunch of empty space, and I'm a pilot too, so I'm aware that airports have buffers and you can't be building buildings next to taxiways. But still, there's not a lot of economic activities. You have some isolated sales. And for the price to go up 3 times what it was, strikes me under 45 as excessive. And that's it.
Okay, so now it's, ARB's time to deliberate after hearing both sides.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Yes,
you can listen while we talk.
So what value did you put on, or were you wanting on this property, sir?
Do you have a penny value?
What's your opinion of the value, Mr. Griffin?
Well, obviously it's gone up. It's a nice airport. It's a nice location. And there have been some sales. I would say 75,000. We can live with double.
Okay, so when I look at the sales grid. The one wacko one. To me, or I say wacko, the one that looks the strangest is comp number 1.
Chaparral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even if let's say I throw that out. Okay, and say I'm not gonna consider that because it's just so out in left field. That still leaves me in a mode where my median is 108. And that's based on the other sales, which look all, to me, look reasonable. As well as the support that we got in the equity grid. So. I know sales, the whole county is hot, so it's just, it's a bitter pill in a lot of ways, but, the sales would seem to indicate that we seem to support that.
A lot of people put RVs and travel trailers on properties like this. And they're getting to the point where it's very hard to find properties that will allow them. And properties on airport will. So what's not useful?
Well, after reviewing all of the presentation and all of the district's information, I'm gonna have to. I agree with you. I agree with this.
Joanne, any comment?
I'm fine with 104. That I've looked at, square footage and stuff, and that's a good value for that.
Yes. Okay, so I mean, given the evidence that the district presented and the lack of. I mean, if there was some discussion or debate from the owner about. Taking issue with the comps chosen. Or the evidence that was produced by the district. I think we're supported by what. What the district has.
Okay. That's fine. Also, we have a choice between a district court and auditor. Does your county work the same way?
Same throughout the state.
About the same.
Okay, very good. All right.
Just make-
Well, you said, that's fine. Get the package to us and we'll take the next step.
Okay, just for the record, the subject property owner's agent indicated what their opinion of value was 75,000.
Yeah.
Said that on the record. Just for
I'm good with that. I stand by it.
Okay, good. I just wanted to reiterate that,
No, it's fine.
okay, sir, thank you. Hang on a second. But for the record, I wanted to indicate that this was a 25-25D. And then typically under 25-25D rules, the subject property owner pays the tax that's not under protest, meaning they're only gonna pay, they're either gonna pay the full tax and then go through the 25-25D process, or they pay the portion in which they believe is not under dispute. So when you take the tax amount, and this didn't come up, but it was part of his evidence package. When you take the tax amount, the subject property owner or owner's agent paid approximately 35% or of a value somewhere in the range of $35,000 or $37,000. And he's under oath saying that he believes that it was worth 75. So yeah, that'll be the next thing. Yeah,
They'll come out. and-
Yeah.
So I need to make a motion now.
Certainly.
that, in reference to, account number 63973. Case ID number 95057. Concerning the value in the 25-25D information. The ARB is of the opinion that the value should remain the same at $104,540.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Uh,
Anybody opposed? Okay, Mr. Griffin, you will receive a determination package that documents that as well as has the information about appeal as well as some other documentation.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I think you did fine.
Okay. Next.
You have an in-person, I believe.
yeah, I believe so. You got the next one, okay, right?
Which one is it?
Don't know yet.
It's 52737. Brad, Coleman, George Bradford Coleman, I believe.
Okay, so I'm not reading page nine.
Unless there's something else that I don't, there's also. I'm pretty sure that's who stands.
Look like him.
Yeah. I think that's-
Yeah. you did look familiar.
2737.
Well. Part of it is the district can say, you know, I don't need to say
I
anything,
just want to make sure we're
but
following the right thing.
yeah.
You can cut anybody off.
Oh, people, they.
You'll want to refresh your tablet. We just uploaded some evidence.
Oh, okay.
It's there.
Amazing.
Taxpayer.
Come down.
So this is going to be account 52737. Y'all are already in that, okay.
And then
When you're ready, I'm gonna bring in Mr. Brad Coleman and Rochelle, but only Mr. Coleman will be speaking.
Okay,
What's the purpose of the driver's license?
Don't know.
Okay, I was just, it was odd, so I thought maybe I'd have.
Okay, what are we doing?
But it won't refresh.
So you've got to pull it, so you're down here and there.
There we
shows,
go. Done. And then it was.
727.
337.
Did refresh.
Excuse me, what did you do?
Or surveys.
What is it?
Was it some here?
There was one earlier,
Well, we've had a little snack.
and
Maybe
it's possible they took the whole stack.
Okay.
They were so pleased that they're gonna spend the rest of the evening filling out surveys.
Well, Brett,
Maybe so.
so do you want me to go ahead and bring them in?
That's fine.
All right, they're ready. They'll be sitting right here at the end of the table.
Hello, how are you? Good. Okay, I have some administrative stuff to run through. Okay, I think you probably heard this before. If you'd like, you can do it.
Put your eyes closed.
Yeah, almost. Okay, so we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-2402, account number 52737, which is East Dignowity. Did I say that right? Block 11, lot north 2 of 5, all lots 6 to 9, and 0.608 acres out of Elizabeth Alley Survey. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And let's verify exactly what's under protest.
It's 2025.
Yeah, 25D, so it'll probably be value.
25D.
We have
That's all that's the.
All right, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which would normally be here. We'll get one available to you before you leave. You can take it with you, or you can use the survey form that will be included in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail. That documents our determination. There's something in the mail, I think. Or you can complete it. You can complete it online. And information about how to do that is at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback that you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. That appeal information will be included in that determination package that you receive. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So we have all the evidence that you're going to be referencing.
I submitted the evidence.
Very good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, can solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Burge, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Sandy Swanson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Ray, if you would swear into the district.
I read Wesley do solemnly swear affirmative testimony of property to the faithful people.
And Mr. Coleman, you'll need to swear in as well.
I, Brad Coleman, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Print your name, Michael Evans.
Okay, also want to remind you that all the evidence will be presented up on the wall as well as available here on the tablets if you like. I need to ask whether either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board. Okay, thank you. In the package that you should have received from the district, we have this hearing procedure times. It shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one of two forms. It's also up there on the wall. It takes one of two forms. One is if the protester presents first, the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first, but you have to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or you would like the district to present first. I'd like the district to present first.
Okay, Ray, you have 5 minutes.
This is the property on Highway 35 business. Which side of 188? South side of 188. excuse me. In the Dignity area. You can see like a little picked up picture there. The wet of the kind of marshy spot that this is. To the east of that is the bay, is like the intercoastal. That picture is, yeah. All right, so the first grid in this particular thing is the equity grid. So we can look at that first, it's no big deal. You'll notice that these addresses are all in this area here, this Highway 35 North. That Aransas is not Aransas County, it's Aransas Pass. And then you'll see these values where, for example, our value is 54,000 on 57,000 square feet. A little less than $1 square foot, right? And then the next one is 16,800 on 16,800 square feet, and then 84 and 84, 33.6 and 33.6. The purpose of the equity grid is to show what we're doing here. As far as are these people being treated the same, or the methodology is the same way that we're doing things. The next one here is that comment before is one that's a little bit different. You'll see that the value is half, essentially half, or maybe not exactly half of the square footage. So that one's a little bit different. But the other three are the same. And then there's a sales grid. There's just 3 comps in here for one, like comparable one is about the same size piece of property that's sold for 80,000. Then the next one is, when you look at the square footage there, you'll notice it's almost 4 times, right? So bigger, sold for 165, and the indicated price per square foot drops down to 86 cents, where the indicated price per square foot on the first one was $1.34. We're valuing the comp at 96 cents, which would have us underneath comp 1 and over comp 2. Comp number 3 is 100, and let's see what it is. It's a large piece of land, $150,000 for 62 cents a square foot, showing the economy of size effect. sale value 64,000, equity value 54,000, we have a value of 50,000. That's all I have.
Okay. So you now have 5 minutes to do your presentation.
Okay, I submitted our evidence, the closing statement, I paid, 19,900, 19,995. 19,905 for this property. This property, we have not got a delineation on the property, but it's a combination of wetlands and uplands. We paid for a water meter. The water meter was installed. They won't even turn on the water. You know, they know what we're going to build out there. We don't know what we can build till we get a delineation. So we're just sitting here with a piece of property. We really can't do anything. I planted grass and I was hoping that it let me have my water my grass. It's kind of in a drought, but anyway, again, I know that y'all look at appraisals based on one of the factors is what you pay for it, and I've had it about a year, a little over a year, and that's really just the black and white of it.
You done? You done?
Yes.
Okay, ready? Next to hotels.
Yeah, who, Mr. Coleman, who is Paul Schellender?
He was the previous property owner.
And how did you find out about him being willing to sell it?
I guess there was a for sale sign on the property. I do a lot of transactions and,
Yeah,
you know, it's been over a year ago.
okay. Maybe a for sale by owner,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
it's not someone that you knew.
No.
Or anything like that,
No.
we would consider the sell price to be the 20,000, we wouldn't deduct the 492 settlement charges to buyer. But and it was bought, I'm just kind of looking over this thing, it was bought in March of 2022, right?
Yes.
So you're a new owner. Where are we at now? We're in 23.
Yeah,
I'm at
March
the-
23.
So you didn't receive a notice? Paul received the notice of value, is that how this works? You didn't receive a notice of value?
Yes, I did. That's
You
why,
did receive a
that's
notice
why I
of value?
protest. Yes.
That's why you did a late protest, because you did? When
Yes.
did you receive a notice of value?
Would have to defer to my secretary.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
I didn't bring my glasses.
Okay. Anything else really to say? No issues with the settlement statement, no issues with the stuff that's in here. I think I'm pleased to hear that you didn't say the land was worthless, how some people
No,
say
no.
this land is worthless.
No.
But then it's, I think we both know that people are buying and selling it right now, right? Like people have started moving over here.
Yeah.
What it's gonna be, like you just said, maybe remains to be seen, but it's gonna be something. There's enough activity on this, whatever we wanna call this land. To know for sure that somebody's gonna do something. And we're kind of waiting to see too.
Yeah, I just, I've known about this land for 20+ years.
Yeah.
Since I've been down here, just haven't seen anything ever done with it.
Yeah, right, but recently, in the last year and a half or so, there's been movers, stuff going on.
Well, I'm just looking at the Dignity subdivision that was platted in 1894 on St. Patrick's Day, and no one has built anything on the land east of the 35, which is
Right, that's correct. That's it for me. I don't have anything to say. I think it's just, it's like, there's
Yeah.
dueling information kind of thing.
And so you're doing also
Yeah.
ARB? Well, I will say that I am good with the $20,000.
Yeah. Looks like it's,
Yep, and that was just last year. Y'all agree?
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then.
Do your math. to make sure.
Right.
But it's gonna be,
yeah, so it's,
It's what?
well, we need to do the
Within
math,
the,
20,000. So, yeah, it's, yes,
20,000.
yes,
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion in reference to account number 52737, case ID number 147147. And to hear information from the district and the owner in reference to 2525D. The ARB approves or gives a value to the property from 29,940. I'm sorry, excuse me, 54,260 to 20,000. Did y'all get that? $20,000.
second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hope we can develop it in any more action.
We have a good mailing address on you now for. Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good day. All right.
All right.
So. Okay. Is it- I'm saying that- So, submission? Is that-
Yeah. The only thing.
It's a free ride.
why would those submissions?
Say $25.
Oh,
I'm
this is.
Yeah.
Okay.
How does that happen?
Now, the things in them. Is,
Remember we had a.
let's take where the.
What are we
the protester has.
We
2
have
minutes
this, we had this.
to cross-examine,
But there's
and
also-
5 minutes for their
Oh,
presentation.
that's what I'm.
So they have 7 minutes also. You can tell them they combine the 5 and 2 to
Is
7.
it in there?
No.
Oh, we can do this one. Okay. So.
And the same thing goes the
That's
other
what
way
we're
around.
Thank you. That's what's first.
This is
If the protester goes first, they have 5 minutes to
And then the district has 5 minutes.
have
to-
2 minutes to cross-examine.
And 5 minutes to do their presentation.
Correct.
They had 7 minutes.
Right.
Both the same.
And then the
And then-
protester has 2 minutes after their
I
presentation.
know it's, I
Well,
don't, I don't know.
It was weird.
Do we have?
Yeah.
So,
So the
These haven't
third
been-
line, the third line down is where the district presents. And then the district has the opportunity to cross-examine, I'm sorry, the protester has the opportunity to cross-examine the district, which is,
So I'm giving them too much time,
no, you weren't giving them
enough time.
enough. If you were jumping to 5 minutes for the presentation without even allowing a
Crossing.
cross-examination period.
But she could say, okay, now it's time for cross-examination, right?
Sure, and you can do it as cross-examination, 2 minutes, and then say presentation 5, or say cross-examine. And combine the two to be 7, okay, and say, cross-examination and presentation. As 7,
Okay.
all right,
Well,
and it hasn't been a problem today because
Right.
nobody's got any lengthy. Discussion to go against the previous
so bring it to
presenter.
my attention if I'm not giving them enough time, just that way I can learn.
Okay,
All right,
I think we're done then for
Yeah.
today.
Today we're done.
really? The day is done.
Wow.
Gone. Well, not quite yet.
Yeah. Okay, so the next schedule is April 19th. We will be doing the public meeting for the hearing procedures. And I suspect we'll be voting to adopt those as well in that meeting. I don't anticipate any issues to deal with.
Trash.
Yeah.
You can just leave it on the table.
If you just leave this right here.
Yes.
I want to be.
Oh, that's right, you don't, I was looking at you, but you're right, you're gonna be out enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
Don't make it happen. But excuse me, something.
Thank you.
I'm kidding you.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But fortunately, this is the only, I only start really doing traveling after August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got 3 trips, but what we've done is good.
Should,
It'll work.
We'll knock on.
should.
So, yeah, when you're ready, we can do the motion to adjourn.
Okay, I'll move that we adjourn.
Second.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Then we are adjourned.
Can we just leave